Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the pre-show for the last day of the Season 2 Grand Finals of the Free Fire Pro Series for North America. I am joined once again by Veracity and our final special guest of the Grand Finals. We got John P. John P., tell us a little bit about yourself. I'm so excited to have you here on the cast. What are you doing here? What are you doing in Free Fire? What are you doing in general? What's your take on this whole Grand Final situation?
I'm excited to be here. I don't know if you guys can tell by my accent, but I am from the UK, similar to Veracity or Jasmine. I very much love watching Free Fire. I'm a huge Battle Royale fan myself. I'm an avid Free Fire player. I do like to play it now and then. I've been slacking a little bit, I'm not going to lie. I've not played too much this season, but have been taking a lot of note over in terms of the European side of the Pro Series, as well as obviously the NA side of things. And yeah, I'm just excited to tune in tonight and watch this final day of the Grand Finals and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, so John, one thing that I need to talk to you about is the whole diamond situation, okay? I feel like yourself and Tom Pickering are two people from the EU side of things that are notorious for just giving away diamonds to everybody. So do you want to tell the folks at home a little bit about what on earth is going on with your streams and that side of things?
Yeah, I'm a believer. You know what? At the end of the day, you guys will probably agree that the production team, Garena, would agree. There is no broadcast, there is no career, there is no industry without the amazing people like you guys that watch at home, so myself, I'm a person, I'm a streamer and content creator, as well as personality commentator, whatever you want to say. I love giving back to people. I'm always active in the Free Fire Discord, and I'll just say, hey, who needs diamonds? Drop your ID below, and then I just send out a load of diamonds to people on a regular basis or on a weekly basis. Yeah, I also run my own sort of custom scrims, custom games within Free Fire on my stream. I used to be a Facebook partner. That's where I did a lot of my streams. I've now transitioned back over to Twitch. So still trying to, get the right demographic in terms of the right time to stream on Twitch compared to Facebook. It was a lot different. A lot of the market in Facebook was sort of like the Asian region and the South American region, for example. Whereas obviously now I'm trying to operate more on European time zones, so my body clock doesn't hate me too much. Yeah, I stream a lot. Instagram as well. I do a lot of Instagram content on Free Fire, particularly where I give out a load of diamonds and stuff. So yeah, if you guys like free diamonds, not only follow me, but follow these great people as well. So
Awesome. And always giving back to the community is the name of the game, right? As an influencer, as a member of the community, I do want to hear your thoughts on, because you say you're an avid Battle Royale fan, and I think pretty much everyone in this call is definitely on board with you. But what gets you coming back to Free Fire? Because it's definitely a unique game. It's feel like a diamond in the rough, right? Where there's a lot of things that are done very similarly and not a lot of games. But what makes this game special? What makes you keep wanting to come back and keep you involved in the community?
I think the fact that it's so easily accessible, to be totally honest with you, I feel like, we're in a modern generation at the moment where it's almost the unknown to not have a mobile device, a tablet, for example. So the fact that if I'm sat on the bus, or if I'm at home waiting for Jasmine to get ready before we go and hang out, I'm like, okay, cool, let me load up a game of Free Fire and play some Free Fire, for example. Anything like that. It's really easy to sort of get your hands on and play it. And one thing I love about Free Fire is the constant collabs that they have going on with loads of different game companies across the whole world. One at the moment, don't want to say that I'm a bit of a BTS stan, but I somewhat am at times, so I'm really excited for that collab that's been announced and that's going on. So yeah, I think in general it's easily accessible. The game is super fun to play. It's quite easy to play as well. It's very straightforward, straight from the lowest levels. Obviously, right up to when you're talking about high-end professionals, it gets a little bit more complex. You have to learn rotations and stuff like that. But in terms of a new player that's maybe scrolling through the App Store and all of a sudden they're like, hey, let's check out this. It seems to be quite highly rated on the App Store. They jump in and it's pretty straightforward, right? So yeah, I think that's why at the moment we're seeing Free Fire have a lot of success.
Yeah, for those of you that have heard about the BTS thing that John just mentioned, basically Free Fire and BTS have indeed done a collaboration with one another, which is absolutely amazing considering how big of a band BTS are, both across Europe, Asia, basically around the whole world right now. And the outfits have actually been designed by each individual BTS member. It's amazing. I think the outfits are absolute fire, by the way. And there's going to be more special collection items coming soon as well, so make sure you're staying tuned for all of that. But John, in regards to the whole, I know you're a big PC gamer as well as mobile, right?
Yeah.
I gotta ask you, when it comes to watching Free Fire, the first time you watched a pro game of Free Fire, when you have the face cams and stuff like that going on, did you find the whole like concept of people like having different styles of like holding their phones and stuff really, really bizarre?
Yeah, well, it's always interesting when you see a player cam. I'm used to it on like a PC, right? And you see their face, and all you see is like this, like just like in front of their face. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's a little bit weird. But no, there's loads of different methods. Me myself, I sort of play like a somewhat of a claw method. I don't know. I sort of hold my phone like that slightly, so I have these extra buttons to play like that. I know that's quite a popular method. There's like 2-finger claw, 3-finger claw. You know, all these octopuses out there probably have like 58-finger claw methods or something like that play on huge tablets. But yeah, it's always interesting to see, and I think it's nice for the viewers at home to see, because myself, when I first started playing mobile games, you know, traditionally you'll hold your phone sort of like this, right, and it can be a little bit uncomfortable at times to maybe switch weapons and to switch to like grenades and stuff, but people can learn from the cameras themselves, you know, to see, okay, this player, my favorite player is holding it like this, let me try it, and it might work for them.
And it's cool that you mentioned, right, it is a really accessible game. You can pick it up, you can download it, and it's not the most complicated thing to understand. But looking at the highest level, as you mentioned, it gets a little more complicated. I think that's something that's really cool about this game, is that once you get into the nitty-gritty of things like that, like the level of play that some of these players are performing at is crazy. I mean, just like those snap turnaround glue walls that people are able to pull off, some of those mechanics are crazy. You find yourself just like sitting there trying to figure out what these players are doing, because on camera and on stream, some of these movements are nuts.
Yeah. There's a few times where I played myself and something happens and I'm just like, okay, I'll just put my phone down, and I'm like, you know what, you want the kill more, just have it at that point. So some of the ways that these players are able to adapt their mechanics, you know, usually we talk about mechanics in a game being, you know, quick muscle memory on keyboards for certain set keybinds and stuff like that, but you know, you've only got your, I mean, obviously, I say you've only got your 10 fingers. Technically, you have that on a keyboard or on a mouse anyway. But, you know, it's a lot harder. The room for error, the fine margins on a phone screen or a tablet screen is a lot more finer, you know, attention to detail. So I think that, you know, definitely, you know, you can always tell the difference between a high-level player and a low-level player based off the way they not only hold their device, but their mechanics in game. You mentioned the snappy turnaround, glue walls, for example, putting out a little bit of utility, for example, as well. You can always tell when a player is what I like to call cracked.
So for yourself, if there are like Free Fire players that are wanting to basically show off all of their clips and things like that, I know a lot of people certainly post them over on platforms such as Instagram and stuff like that. Have you got any tips for people that might be wanting to kind of branch out a bit more, kind of distribute their content in various places, and any kind of tips and tricks for anybody that's wanting to really get recognized potentially by an organization or from like a creator standpoint in the world of Free Fire?
First off, tag me. I want to see some of your guys' crazy clips. Like, honestly, I love watching other people's gameplay. I learn myself as a player, and I know yourself as analysts and casters probably agree. You pick up a few things here and there. But, no, honestly, you've obviously got the likes of the Garena Discords for Free Fire. I know we have one for Europe. I'm pretty sure there's one for North America as well. So networking there, talk to some new people. If you see some regular faces that you communicate with, say, hey, let's play some games, and then from there you can maybe start your own little team or your own guild within the game. And Instagram and social media, I mentioned, you know, we're living in a sort of a generation where technology is so fast developed that if you want to take the gaming path and the career seriously, you have to be heavily involved on social media. You know yourself, Jazz, who has done previous social media work in the past and always scream at me for how unprofessional at times I am on social media. Yeah, just try and get a social media account up and running. Hashtags, of course, on Instagram are really vital. I will sit myself and go through the hashtag feeds. I follow like the hashtag Free Fire, hashtag Free Fire EU, hashtag Free Fire Brazil, Free Fire NA. You know, them kind of things. You can really grow quite quickly from there, and there are always guilds and community teams as well on Instagram in particular that are looking for new players to just boost their own numbers and
get your gameplay out there so that people like yourself can see it, right? As a caster and as an analyst and as someone who often ends up watching the top level gameplay and build these storylines out, I'm curious to know, are you kind of like a focus on the top of the pack? Are you the middle of the pack? Are you an underdog? I mean, everyone loves an underdog, but when you're looking at storylines, where do you pay attention to the most, and what kind of players excite you the most in the pro scene?
I mean, I hate to say it, but usually whoever I pick always ends up winning, just because that's how, you know, how smart I am, I guess. Right. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I say that I'm just joking around and having a laugh with you, but I mean, it's really hard. Myself, I'm one that I like a lot of good team play. I like a lot of you know, strategical play in which that, you know, the utils being used correctly. They're rotating as a team. There's a player that might operate as sort of that anchor role that sort of rotates a little bit early to scout out some information, whether it be in sort of like a, you know, in a duo or a solo that does that. I do love an underdog story. I really do. But at the same time, it's always nice when you have sort of a team that has not quite comfortably won a lot of events leading into the likes of a Free Fire World Series, and they're looking for that one final, that big event, that big trophy in the cabinet to secure themselves as sort of like the dynasty or the, you know, the top dogs within the industry. So yeah, I think it goes either or, but myself, for the likes of a Free Fire World Series, I do love an underdog story. So I think it depends how I feel on the day, I guess.
I think everybody loves an underdog story when it comes down to it, though.
Yeah.
But Mello, you mentioned the importance of social media, and I'm the kind of person where like I love like giving people like that educational value, that educational content, and a little bit of insight as to, you know, how the industry works, because I think so many people want to become like professional players or join a team and things like that, but they don't necessarily understand all of the things that come along with that. Now, from an organization's perspective, if they are wanting to pick you up as a player, they will always check out your social numbers as well, your social engagement, because to them, you're not just a player, you are also a brand. You need to be able to brand yourself very insight for anybody wanting to jump into the world of Free Fire and pursue a professional career. It's just as important as being a good player, just as important as practicing and things like that as well. But for yourself, John, in the time that you've played Free Fire, have you got any snazzy little clips you can tell us about, any gaming moments that were pretty epic in the world of Free Fire? Because I know I've watched a few of your streams, John, and when you were playing Free Fire, there have been numerous occasions where I have heard you scream, "I'm just better."
Yeah, I don't know if this stat actually still is true. I did a challenge with my stream to see how many kills you can get in a ranked, and I might make myself, I don't know, let me check how many viewers are here right now before I make an idiot of myself on stream. I think to this day, I have to fact check it, but I think I hold the record for the most kills in a ranked game. I believe it was 42 kills I got out of a ranked lobby. I might be totally wrong. This was about 8 months ago, 6 months ago, so it was a very long time ago. And I remember when I did it, my chat were going crazy, and they were like, "Oh my god!" And I actually ended up having people call me a cheater on the game, as well, and say that I was sort of like aim locking and aim hacking and stuff like that. So I then did like a hand cam and whatever and stuff like that. So I might be wrong though. Garena might be looking into my account right now to see if that's true, but I do believe, yeah, that was at one point. And also I've had some like crazy, like, you know, sort of like squad wipes with the snipers, for example. I'm a huge fan of the sniper rifles on Free Fire, and yeah, I mean, the list goes on. I'm a natural born talent, what can I say?
Definitely tell over here. And I was gonna say, nowadays I feel like there's no ego boosting like compliment that you can get that's greater than your opponent calling you a cheater. That's like That's when you
Yeah.
know that you just maxed
Yeah.
out. But I do want to know, talking about like individual performances now, because obviously you're insanely cracked. But there's some individual performers that in the world of Free Fire NA, we've been watching them for a while now, and we're super excited to see them pop off. But I'm kind of on the same spectrum in terms of like what I like to follow. I love fantastic team play. So I was curious to know, just throughout your streams and throughout like the work that you've done in Free Fire,
Yeah.
are there any players that you want to shout out, any community members that you want to shout out that you think deserve a little bit of like that boost so that people know, hey, this is someone that you should probably keep your eyes out on, if not as a pro player, as just a community member outside
Yeah.
yourself who might bring them into the world of Free Fire a little bit deeper?
Yeah, I mean, I can only really heavily speak for like the European side of things because that's what I'm sort of most interested in. I know one of the organizations, Vasera, do like a lot of community-driven stuff. We've got a few community-driven teams as well. And one thing to note is the likes of Vasera, for example, they're heavily inclusive in terms of they have female teams and female communities as well. So if you're a female or like a non-binary gamer out there and you're looking for sort of a team to follow and a pro team to follow, definitely check out the likes of Vasera as well as Vastamundo as well. In terms of players, I'm actually gonna have to pull the person's name up because I think they are like Portuguese or something, so I don't want to absolutely butcher this person's name.
Is it veracity?
No, we're talking about good Free Fire players here.
Ah, okay,
That's
yeah,
what we're
gotcha.
doing. Oh, I can't remember the person. They run. There's a Supreme. I think it's Supreme. I think the person's name is Supreme. On Instagram, he also does YouTube videos as well. And he runs tournaments every single month, I believe, with a sponsor. I sponsored a few of the tournaments where I put 50 odd, 100 odd quid into a tournament, for example, and it gets stashed out evenly. They also have like diamond giveaways and stuff like that, and that's just run by one single person. I'm just gonna double check that name. I do.
There's also is it Marix?
Yeah. I believe that's correct as well. So that's only sort of the main ones that I've connected with and worked with in Europe. But there are hundreds out there. There really are. Just typing on. It's really strange because myself within esports, I find Twitter is my main social media platform for networking, but Free Fire is very, very heavily based on the likes of Facebook and Instagram, which is I don't want to say weird or strange, but it's a little bit out of the ordinary. So maybe just search a few hashtags for the Free Fire community and stuff, and you'll find loads of them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I feel like Tom is also one of those people.
Yeah,
Tom Pickering.
Tom Pickering, definitely check him out.
Yeah.
He does a lot of stuff. He runs his own custom games and stuff like that as well. I've worked with him a few times on his own, custom scrims. So he loves giving away diamonds as well. So go check out.
That might be another record that you have, right? The most diamonds given away in Free Fire.
Oh, honestly, I do it smart. I just hand it to my accountant to write off tax at the end of the year. So I'm like, there you go, it's a business expense. Let's claim it all back. But no, yeah, honestly, my bank does not thank me most months, but it's for a good cause.
Yeah, it is definitely for a good cause. So if anybody else wants to check out any of your other content, is there any other platforms you want them to check you out on? Any other places they can see your Free Fire stuff and what you've been up to?
Yeah, like I mentioned, my main one for Free Fire stuff is really Instagram. I once I left Facebook gaming as a partner, I took a little bit of a break, so I was a little bit inactive on all socials. That's one thing I mentioned as well. If you're a hardcore gamer, make sure you take a mental reset while playing as well. If you're aiming to become pro and the high level gamer, it really works wonders for you. So yeah, Instagram at JumpyOfficial. It's the same as this here on Instagram. I do loads of content. I do giveaways all the time of diamonds. I host my own custom scrims and tournaments. If you guys are wanting practice against some good players, I've had the likes of some good pro teams contact me and say, yo, do you want to run a tournament together as well, so maybe you can get a chance to play against some of the best teams in Europe and practice against them. So that's one main one, and as well as Twitch as well. Twitch.tv/JohnP is where I do all my live streams. I don't just stream Free Fire, I stream loads of other content and other games as well, but Free Fire is just a portion of what I do.
Awesome, love to hear it. Well, I think that's bringing us pretty close to the end of our pre-show. I did want to ask really quickly, John P., looking at the teams that we've got rolling into the final day of the Free Fire Pro Series, where we're playing for $50,000, a cut of $50,000, and our first team representing us in the Free Fire World Series. Any spicy picks? Anywhere you want to throw your dart on the dartboard for what team might take it today? There's a couple that are definitely gunning for it with the lead, but anyone you're looking at for today?
I mean, I think you got to look at the likes of Fuego, for example. They looked great in particular yesterday. They had an absolute stomper of a day yesterday and the day before that in day number 1. I think they probably looked the most consistent team throughout, but I would say I'm looking at the standings right now. Anyone sort of inside that top 4, top 5 really, if they pop off and a few of the teams above them, you know, drop out in games early and they don't pick up too many points, it's one thing I love about BRs. Until the last game is confirmed and done and the points have been tallied up, you never really know how to win. But myself, I'm always right, so I'm gonna go for a Fuego dub on this one.
Love it. Well, I couldn't have put it better. It does not matter until we are done and dusted with the final game. We've got 6 games coming up, the final day of the Free Fire Pro Series. John P., thank you so much for joining us. You'll be seeing a lot more of Veracity. I'll be dipping out of here, but keep your eyes peeled. This is the end of the road, the final stop for our NA teams to claim their chunk of the prize pool and maybe, just maybe, earn their trip to Sentosa. Stay tuned, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Season 2 of the Free Fire Pro Series for North America is now well underway, with our 24 group stage teams fighting to make it into the grand finals. And with a prize pool to the tune of $50,000, the battle is reaching a fever pitch. Could the stakes get any higher? Why, yes, they could, with our grand finalist winners earning themselves a spot in the Free Fire World Series. For the first time in professional Free Fire, North America will be granted a slot into the play-ins of the Free Fire World Series taking place in Sentosa, Singapore in May. The Free Fire Pro Series will crown not just the Season 2 champion, but the first North American representative for the World Series as well. What should our home team expect from their first step into international play? Let's find out. The Free Fire World Series is the culmination of all professional Free Fire circuits, spanning 13 regions around the world. It is the biggest stage of Free Fire esports, where the cream of the crop fight to prove not only that they're the best in the world as a team, but as their home region. As an offline in-person tournament, all competitors will play live on stage alongside their teammates and their opponents. Starting on May 14th, our Free Fire Pro Series champions will join 11 other squads for the play-in stage of the tournament. The North American representative will face off against the first seeds from Taiwan and Pakistan, as well as the second seeds from Brazil, the CIS, Indonesia, India, Latin America, MCP, MENA, Vietnam, and the current reigning champion region of Thailand. The play-in teams will battle it out across Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory to rack up as many points as possible with both final placements and kills. But only the top 2 teams will qualify for the World Series Finals, joining the 10 teams seeded directly from their region. With last year's World Series prizes amounting to a massive $2 million, we can expect another colossal prize haul for 2022, with teams taking home a cut just for making it to the tournament. The 2021 World Series champions Evo's Phoenix from Thailand took home the lion's share of $500,000. On their way to the crown, they claimed 4 booyahs of the 6 games played in the finals, with 48 kills and 113 points.
But the Free Fire World Series is so much more than just a competition for a cash prize. It's an international spectacle celebrating Free Fire players from around the world, from the casual player to the full-time competitor. And with so much content, music, and highlights, it'll be a joy to cheer on our North American representatives at the Free Fire World Series.
The Free Fire World Series play-ins begin on May 14th, with grand finals taking place a week later on May 21st. There'll be a multitude of broadcasts covering all the action in several different languages. But before all that, we need to crown our North American champions to represent the region in Sentosa. So tune in on YouTube and Twitch live to see who will be winning the North American Free Fire Pro Series for us to cheer on the world stage.
Oh no, how am I getting down?
The time is here, people. The time is now. It is finally, we're at the point of where Free Fire Pro Series Day number 3, the grand final. It starts right here today. Welcome to the stream, everybody. My name is Jasmine, otherwise known as Veracity. I'm going to be taking you through all the action today, but I am not the only person. I also have these two fabulous folks. Clover, I love your shirt first and foremost. I feel like we're kind of matching, but you're a lot more vibrant than I am right now. But I'll start with you first, Clover. How's it going today? How are you feeling to get stuck into the grand finals?
I'm so excited because it is such a close race between all of our teams who have been working their butts off. And obviously there can be only one winner. But right now, I'm not sure who that is. And I'm really excited to find out.
Who do you think it is, Twiggy? That's the real question.
Look, we've been discussing this before we started today, and Bizarre Esports, I still have, they're at the top of my pick'ems. I still need them to make a comeback for me here and get themselves into first place, because, you know, Fuego's great and all, but that's not what I picked, and I need as many points from my pick'ems as possible.
Oh, I picked Fuego. I mean, you know, if Pizarro gets into second, I'm good for my pick'ems. I just need USA to stay in third, all right?
I feel like Clover is probably the closest with her predictions. I'm not sure how true that's going to ring, but I also had Pizarro as my first pick. I had Fuego as second. I don't remember who I had as third, but right now, let's just say that my predictions aren't necessarily going the greatest. There we have it. I had Pizarro, Fuego, and Team 999. You know what, though? After yesterday's performance, my pick'em of Team 999 is looking pretty darn sweet.
Yeah. You're looking pretty good there. The belief was well placed, especially, I mean, they popped off. Yesterday was a good growth day for them.
Yeah, in case you did miss it, Team 999, they picked up the three-peat. They got 3 victories back to back, which is certainly impressive stuff to say the least, but I'm just hoping they head into day 3 looking just as strong and just as confident. Now, for those of you that are new around here, basically we have 8 out of 10 teams that are taking part right here in the grand final, so actually returning teams from season 1. What can we say? We put on such a fabulous show that these folks just cannot stay away. And another reason as to why they might not be able to stay away is the grand final prize pool that we have on offer here. $50,000 in total, to be specific. We have a breakdown on your screens right now. First place will be walking away with $12,500, followed by $8,500 for second, $6,000 for third, and you can see the full breakdown there on your screens. We also have prizes being given away for Kill Machine, Lethal Leader, playing for first, and the most amount of booyahs a team manages to secure themselves as well. So we're all about giving back to the players right here, and we're also all about giving back to the community as well. So before anybody starts spamming away in the chat asking for a free fire code, just know that between each of the breaks we'll be giving them away in sections, which means if you stick around until the very end of the stream, you'll be able to pick up the full code to go ahead and redeem some prizes for yourself as well. But let's take a look at the leaderboard and how everything is looking so far amongst all of our teams. We have Fuego in first place. Clover, USA Esports with their second place, baby. Do you think they're going to be able to hold on to that by the end of the day?
I don't know, because your third place team 999 has really been giving them a run for their money. My hope is yes. I'd like to see it, but you know, we've really seen a lot of step up it from Osaka and 1A. But you know, again, I know Twiggy alluded to it. Pisada, they've kind of had some off days. The first 2 days weren't quite playing to their potential. They let us know. They said, "Hey, our one of our players, he's finally locked in. He's finally ready to really give the focus that he needed for this event. He had some other things going on in his personal life, and so with that in mind, and with their history in terms of not only season 2 but how they performed in season 1, I'm ready for an explosive pop off from the today."
Okay, so the belief is most definitely there for Bizarre Esports. Now, Twiggy, are you of the belief? Do you have the faith that Bizarre will be able to bring it back and ring true of your prediction?
Well, I mean, they still do have, I think, the best performance in terms of kills on... Oh, no, placement points. So they have the best performance on average in terms of placement points on Kalahari. So they definitely are there. They know what they're doing, and we've seen them before. I mean, obviously, in the group stage, they came first, and all of this, and we saw them, I mean... all the time. They were doing so well. It's just Bermuda they've been completely lacking so far. Maybe, they just need to pull together, and I think with that, extra player locked in now, that player that usually does do so much, we should be expecting to see a better performance from them. Whether it's good enough to overtake Fuego, that is a completely different argument altogether, but we'll see.
I think the potential is definitely there for them, though, especially when we consider that they were actually the top kill leaders across the whole tournament previously, and that they held the #1 spot after each week of the group stage. So that is no easy feat to come across, but you know what, Clover, you've got the faith in them, you have the belief. I'm definitely with you on that one, though, especially since they said, you know what, they're all in now, they've had the issues with one of their players, everything is sorted, so it's just full focus and full send it for all of the games that we have coming up today. So I'm looking forward to see how that one is going to pan out. Now let's take a look at the maps that these teams and these players are actually going to be fighting it out on. We're going to kick things off with the 2 Bermuda maps, followed by the 2 Kalaharis, and finishing up with the 2 Purgatory maps. Twiggy, is there one map in particular that you're looking forward to watching these teams play out on?
I mean, Bermuda has been so even all the time. Obviously, as soon as we move to Kalahari, the game changes completely. Kalahari and Purgatory is so different from Bermuda in terms of how the map's laid out. But I think Bermuda is, obviously, it's the 3rd day. We've reached the part where everybody's going to be pushing for not only, those positional points overall on the leaderboard, but trying to get on those special prizes for themselves, getting as many kills in one game as possible, all of this. I think Bermuda is where everybody's the most comfortable. So that's where everybody's going to be pushing to try and get over the line in terms of that, and it's really going to set the tone for today.
Yeah, I think Bermuda is definitely going to be one of those maps as well that I'm keeping a close eye on, particularly because Team 999 winning both of those 2 Bermuda maps yesterday. I'm going to be keeping a close eye to see whether or not they're able to do it today as well, especially considering the fact that Pizarro have coming into today looking really, really confident in themselves and their ability. So let's take a look at the drop spots that are going to be, based on the statistics that we've seen thus far. Clover, talk to me a little bit about what you're expecting to see as we head into our first game of the day.
I mean, I think my eyes are still on the Cape Town area. Club 9D and C7 have kind of been battling it out in the early game in that position. Typically, we'd see 9D a little bit down more in Sentosa, but they've given Fuego some breathing room. Elsewhere, a couple of other teams occasionally will creep away. D&E Sports originally didn't drop Observatory. Now they feel pretty comfortable there. But yeah, really, I think the issue is going to be whether we're going to have that early fighting today. And then depending on how the circle goes, La ONU does need to be careful because every single game we've had, they've been walked on by both Pisar and 1A. So they also need to be a little bit mindful of what's going on in the South.
I feel like I completely agree with you there. One team that I kind of had really high expectations for were the side of Virus Gaming. Now, Twiggy, do you feel like Virus Gaming are going to make somewhat of a comeback during today's games?
Well, they were my 3rd place pick in my pick'ems, so they'd have to make one hell of a comeback to get back to there. But I definitely think they can push their way up the leaderboard a bit more. I think pretty much the only map we saw them have really, really, decent performances, comparatively to the top kind of leaders on the leaderboard was Purgatory. And if they can take that kind of performance and push it to other maps, they could definitely do that because their performances on Purgatory were amazing. They got 2 booyahs, and that's more than a lot of the teams even participating, and more than a lot of the teams above them on the leaderboard got overall in this whole tournament so far. So yeah, no, I mean they obviously have the skill to get those booyahs, to get as many kills as they need to get to the end of the game. It's whether they can push that onto Bermuda and Kalahari that counts. Okay,
so now I need to ask the 2 of you our final words, like during yesterday and the day before's broadcast from my analysts, were the fact that people should go away, rewatch the footage, change up their strategy and things like that based on things that didn't necessarily work out for them. Now, taking a look at the 100% drop spot rates, how likely is it that a team will change up their drop spot based on what they've observed in the previous games? Twiggy, I'll start with you.
I think teams like Fuego, teams, who are really confident with their own positioning, and it's been working for them so far, they're going to be dropping Sentosa, and I don't think there's any plans to change that one up, because actually Club 9D have rotated away from that into Cape Town. They just haven't been dropping Sentosa anymore, and I think that is out of a little bit of fear, maybe, of Fuego, and I think that's fully understandable, but Fuego, are so confident that I think they're going to be dropping the same place all the time. I think it's more these mid-runners, teams like Virus Gaming, who usually, say on Kalahari, they like to drop on Refinery. They might switch things up, trying to get themselves just over the line a little more points and get into the later stages of the game by avoiding early fights that could lose them a potentially really large amount of points. That's really going to be the difference maker here.
Mm-hmm. All right, and how about for you, Clover? Do you think there's any sort of possibility of these teams changing up where their drop spot is going to be?
I wouldn't expect too much, at least on Bermuda. I think Kalahari and Purgatory, there's still a couple of question marks, some teams that have been hot dropping, or in the terms of La ONU, keep changing their drop spots, but in doing so have been hot dropping, whether intentionally or unintentionally, other teams. So that is something to keep in mind for today, because at the same time, I mean, Striggy said, those middle teams, the teams that are a little bit lower on the leaderboard, if they feel like they can't make a run, obviously they could potentially ruin somebody else's. The thing, though, to keep in mind is that the prize pool gets higher the higher up the leaderboard you climb. So I feel like all teams, regardless of whether or not they're in the running for first place, are still going to be trying to advance. They want that more money. They want that higher placement. And that's, I think, hopefully, if anything, maybe we'll see a little less rash decisions and some more tactical decisions.
All right, well, we're about ready to get stuck into our very first game of the day. Grand finals time, baby. I'm going to throw it over to our two fabulous casters to take us through all the action.
Thank you so much. And here we are. It is Porosaurus and Match. I'm going to be taking you through the last day of action. And by God, Poro, this one better be spicy. This leaderboard is so stacked up. It's still pretty close. A lot of opportunities and only 6 games left to figure out who's going on to the international.
Yeah, man, it doesn't feel like it has any choice but to be spicy with how close everything is. And the fact that you got Fuego playing with this giant bullseye on their back. I mean, at this point, it all gets real simple. For 11 teams in this lobby, the operation is real easy. Catch Fuego. That's all you got to do. Get your points, try to catch Fuego. And it's easier said than done, though, with the way things have been going.
I would say there's 10 teams. La Una kind of has this idea of, hey, maybe let's just try to figure out somewhere where nobody else is dropping at. That's going to be my hope and goal for them. Is looks like we are moving into game number 1 on the day. Plane is up and in the air, and plane path looks pretty clear. I mean, so really, Sentosa though being a high loot drop location.
Well, it's good for Fuego. I mean,
yeah,
they've been all by themselves here. Yeah, no, I mean, it's it'll be interesting to see where the first circle goes, and it'll also be interesting to see how Fuego plays with this bullseye on their back. I mean, it's real difficult to play from that first place position. Pizarre? Are they hot dropping DN? Let's go.
What? Okay, I like this. On the hunt for more points right now. DN's trying to reposition, and I have to say that Bad Boy feels like he is the key component on this. If he can find a way to make something work for his squad, could open up something. But starting to see exchange of fire right now as DN trying to hold down the positioning for multiple members of Bizarre.
And Domadillos got caught out a little bit there. It looks like Domi kind of coming providing some support, but Elian will go down. Good work from West B, and now Domadillos has been traded back by Venva. Wasn't able to get the flush just yet, though. As it looks like, according to our kill feed, we got multiple hot drops going on, but this one pretty important right off the bat, Matt.
Yeah, this is the potential for a big momentum shift in a lot of this leaderboard. DN trying to cling to life, but now just 1 member still alive. See how much longer can go. Cannot manage to get away. DN, first team that is out for the day.
That is a great start here for Pizarre. I mean, we know that this team has been falling flat on Bermuda here so far this weekend, and this is a map that they typically find a lot of success on. So to see them come in here in game number 1, get 4 kills right off the bat that they chased down, Matt, they hot dropped to get those. This is a good start for Pizarre.
Oh, Onu still never finding a place to land. and be safe. This time it's going to be C7. It's going to be outside the safe zone, as we do have a northwestern shift in the circle. So the fight we were looking at with Pisar, and now 999 is starting to brew up, as 999 did land pretty close to this location as well. So it looks like this firefight is going to continue, and again, a pivotal one for the leaderboard.
Well, this is huge. Yeah, it looks like C7 may have actually dropped to intentionally hunt Launu. But this, as you said, this is the fight right here. A deal going to go down to Mr. T. I love the position from Tail and Makulu on that high ground. They've got to be able to defend their low man, though.
Mr. T is down, and he has been a big part of what we've seen 999 string together. So this might give enough time for Pisar to reposition, reset, and retake this fight if they want to. 999 is separating to the north and south. Looks like they are done with this fight. They do not want to commit anymore.
They are out of there. Yeah, Team 999. I mean, that was an audacious third party for sure. And I liked the setup. I liked having too high and sending too low, but you've got to be able to defend your low men from that high ground position. And I'm not sure if it was just good work from Pizarro to push the high ground men away. But regardless, they ended up losing the two low guys. And now Pizarro sitting on 6 kills to start things off. That is fantastic for them.
Yeah, this is maybe the return of what we've been talking about for the last couple of days. Now, looking through, Onu trying to stay alive off of this one, did manage to contain C7, shift him to the south. Could be a problem for Mario, though, as he is down there by his lonesome. Fuego still doing their looting. No big rotations just yet. I do want to point out that we have Atomic that looks like they are getting a very centered position, and USA moving along next to the dam, as they have been quite favorable in moving into that position, as the circles, for whatever reason, really like to go to the northeast in the circle.
Yeah, they were pretty gifted yesterday with a late game, although they did end up losing the final battle to Team 999. I'm also interested in keeping an eye here on Fuego. Now, they have that high loot zone down on Sentosa, their typical loot spot, but they have to make their way across the bridge. And look at Laonu, C7 actually hunting down Mario from Laonu, but Mio and Santi look like they might be putting themselves into a spot to do a little gatekeeping here.
This is interesting. Onu should be very familiar how this is coming in, and Pizarro, yeah, jumping right into 999. See how this one lines up, as it looks like Mr. T was getting rezzed, and the moment that he was getting rezzed, they just come right back after him.
Oh, and they get him too. He goes down immediately once again. Now Makulu and Tail still split up here after Pizarro, but that is aggressive play from Pizarro. I think they knew that 999 was probably likely to go off to the north and try to hit that revive spot, and they end up chasing it down and picking up another kill for themselves here.
And Mr. T, now twice out, is so big of a problem for 999. They found a lot of their successes based off of very strong nade plays and high ground use plays coming out from Mr. T, so I have to see how they function without him being a core component. Now out. See Onu, Mario's still trying to cling to life. Got C7 that is around him, but looks like Santi and the rest of the crew is coming up to provide some support. Mario's doing actually a pretty decent job on surviving this through, given how outnumbered he is.
He's doing a fantastic job of staying alive long enough for his teammates to come and provide him some support. Now, it looks like Santi may have been spotted out by Jeff, so C7's still on the hunt here. These are points that they really want to get here. They've already got 2 kills, and they like their chances against this Laonu squad.
It's been a rough start every single time for Onu, and it's going to be another one, as they're going to lose Mario in this reposition coming out from Santi. And Milo is not going to pay off too much. Fuego also shifted away from this position and went to the north. So even the positioning that they look like they were trying to hold out Fuego, not even going to find anything with that one.
I'd almost say it might be better for Santi to die quickly. Mio already on a revive spot right now, so the quicker Santi dies, the quicker they can get him back up. Meanwhile, here we go, Osaka squaring off with USA. Now, keep in mind, Pizarro is kind of hanging out just off to the north of this. They could come down and get involved in a third party at any time. So far, it looks to be just a 2-way fight here. Nice time turner gets dropped, but it's not going to be enough as Jeremy goes down, but Osaka continue their winning ways from yesterday.
Oh, but with this, you can see that USA is trying to retreat from this position into the north, and that's right where Pisar is. USA has been trying to string together a solid set of games and move up this leaderboard, but now one member up in Pisar of everybody that's coming after him. XL does manage to get one of them down, but XL has to be so careful. Yep, he's not going to be able to win the 1v4. He goes down. Rez should come out, and now 7 kills for Pisar already.
Very, very nice there, Pizarro. That was just good luck. Being in the right place at the right time is, unfortunately for USA, they had to try to go somewhere, and they pushed right into Pizarro's lap. And fortunately for Pizarro, Saka not pushing up to try to third party that. There's no real reason for them to, as the circle has popped right pretty much on top of them as we check out elsewhere on the map. Laonu, as we said, they had Mio right on top of that revive spot, so they're back up to 4 strong.
I want to point out as well, we keep seeing Osaka come in from the eastern side of the dam, and it's always Team USA that gets to the dam first and gets control over it. This is a nice changeup coming out from Osaka, because as they've tried to make their approach onto the dam, it's always been Team USA that's been able to gatekeep them. This time, they moved all the way across the dam and got into position before USA could be in position, and then got into a great firefight. So now in a very secure spot.
Sneaky, sneaky. Club 9D. Spotting out Fuego, making the wrap just off to their north. Won't take shots just yet, but that could be Club 9D backfilling Fuego. The Fuego looks like they've spotted out Prince from Laonu, so Fuego picking up points as they make their way in. Virus Gaming, meanwhile, they have just found a compound to hold down. The strip is very populated right now, Matcham.
Yeah, we've got 1A that's going to be to the south of it, Onu that's trying to come in, C7 that's going to be coming in back behind them, and see right now where we're looking with Atomic and Virus Gaming. Milo, yep, that's going to be him going down, and the hunt for more Onu members just continues. Let's see if they can get another res, though. I mean, they've been chaining them together pretty efficiently so far. Well, efficiently for other teams, I would say.
Yeah, not too many of these revive spots left in this circle. About 2 that are probably still workable, although can't imagine Laonu sitting on too many credits either to try to get the revive that the hard way. But right now Santi right on the doorstep of 1A, and they know it too. You can see Vela trying to hit that grenade, will not. Santi will use that fence line to try to reposition here a little bit. There's not really much he can do though. He's got a gun and a glue wall, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Domi doing Domi things, hitting a good shot on that. There was nobody to the south of Santi because C7 has moved to the east, and it looks like they could be coming up back behind this. 999 yet again with Pisar. These guys have been back and forth for positions for so long.
Oh, nice.
Now, Mr. T up, but look at the amount of damage that's coming up from Pisar. It's 999 trying to move into this, but they have to pump the brakes, turn around, as they are going to have one of their members go down. Domi finding the angle into it, and now 999 losing members left and right. The push is coming out from Pisar. Finally, Domi goes down. Looks like trying to go for the flush into it, but no, it's going to be Pisar doing a good contain, and now 999 is out.
Doma Dios with that grenade launcher was doing so much damage, opened up a huge door for Pizarro to kick down, as Domi it seems like Domi's just getting knocked every single time, man, but the rest of the team is staying up and they're able to get that revive back off. So 9 kills, as you said. Pizarro have just come into today knowing that they have a lot of work to do, but they are stepping up.
They did a great job in making the changes. We saw them playing around rosters, trying to figure out what would work best. Seems like they have cemented in with their roster today, and now the circle is going to shift away from Dam finally, moving into Strip, which several of these teams are going to be very happy about, but poor 1A is not, because their position really isn't inside the safe zone, so they're going to have to move.
Not just yet, and Bizarre actually has that high ground in the entire west and northwest of themselves, but here we go, the fight breaking off between 9D and C7 right on the edge of the zone. They've got Fuego just off to the north that could get involved in a third party here at any time, though. White gonna try to push with the shotgun. Time Turner will come down to keep him alive for the time being. Zeus trying to return that damage with the SMG. It's going pretty even so far. 3 up still for 9D, but they are very broken and battered. And there you go, 1 left now for C7. And they get White. Ooh, White goes down.
Ooh!
Oh no, it's not White, it's Shown.
Hold it
Letra.
into a 1v1. C7 does go
Ooh.
down, but barely there with the res.
Oh, so close. Oh, Fuego, you gotta see this.
Oh, they were already
Fuego,
shooting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can see them down there just off to the north, but they're out of line of sight, really. All they can do is look up here, see a whole bunch of glue walls, and see the kill feed, and really just basically guess at that point. It's like, okay, how many people might be left? All right, well, Joan and White will stay alive for now, but they've got to go somewhere. The zone's right on their backs.
Yeah, and they don't have a good rotation. Fuego's position, if they're looking into the west, you can see it's very open between them and Atomic. There's just a couple of trees for cover. If they want to wrap to the north, there's still the water that's in that position. And if you wrap hard enough to the north, you're just going to bump into Osaka and a very, very angry Pizarro Esports, who I don't know what's going on, but I think that they're taking up 2 days of frustration on the entire lobby in this game.
Better late than never, as Pizarro does have that high ground still that they can work with, as Joan and White trying to make a push here, but you can see Lego just has them basically dead to rights. I mean, it's just a question of how many glue walls do you got. Joan, do you have one more? Nope, not enough. Cabares and Scott will pick it up. 3 kills now for Fuego, but as he said, they've still got a little work to do.
I don't know how they're wanting to move into this one now. Is they have it looks like they might use the hillside and try to wrap to the north and maybe use the dip down into the water for a little bit more cover. 1A has repositioned inside the circle, still hanging out around strip. Should be noted that Atomic is pretty close to the center of the circle, all considered, and Osaka is just going to be the north of them, right along the curve in the road. So with the circle popping, it's actually right in between Atomic and Osaka.
This is bad. This is bad. All these teams in these buildings right on top of each other in strip have to move out. Atomic is the northernmost out of all of them, and their best hope is that Virus and 1A get involved or try to wait maybe a little bit longer. They basically got to worry about Pizarro and Fuego, and to an extent Osaka. Yeah,
high ground Pizarro that is vibing right now. Fuego's got to make this run in with almost no cover, with Pizarro being able to see almost everything that's going to be going on. And I don't even know. I think that Virus might be able to just shift a house and stay inside the circle. 1A and Atomic, though, I don't know how they're going to opt into moving into the circle, because see that building just beyond where we see VG? That is in the safe zone, but Atomic is just to the east of it as well. 1A is the odd man out. Also, Onu's Mario, he's over there too, but he's
look at Grosero. Grosero got the grenade launcher out. They're wanting to wait till the last possible minute. They're waiting for 1A to be the first one to make the move here, and Atomic is waiting for Virus to try to go to that building that's in. So this is all just a sequence of events that's going to eventually have to play out here.
I feel like so much of this is going to hinge on Vela and Grosero right now. They've been just on fire for their team. Mario finally goes down. Vela's going to pick it up, but that's going to slow them down just a little bit, but they do manage to make it into the zone. VG, way to Grosero, using that nade launcher like you're talking about, makes everyone in 1A have to stop. Junior goes down, and you have to push into one of the most hazardous locations. Victor tries to go for the play, tries to get some more damage into it, but VG is doing a great job on holding this one together.
Good hold so far, but they've got to keep going. You can see Atomic is just waiting for them to peak, but Virus not giving it to him. 1A trying to push in. They'll find Grosero waiting for him. You see Damadios, as we said, that high ground for Pizarro is going to prove huge here, as now Atomic trying to make the push in while Virus continues to try to get rid of 1A. There, they'll do it. Grosero, what a man.
Such a performance now, but has Atomic coming in right behind them. The circle has popped yet again, moves into the north and going to favor Pizarro. Pizarro is caught up taking shots into where we see Osaka and Fuego in fight right now. So with this, Atomic continuing to make their push. They are going to spot out where Virus is. You can see walls do come down, slow everything up. Everybody on Atomic trying to move forward, but it looks like VG is doing a pretty good job so far of trying to hold this. Everything pumps the brakes, trying to go for Rez is stepping in, but finally Virus is going to go down, and Atomic has a path to the circle, but it's going to be guarded by Pizarro.
They'd lose one in the process. You can see Pizarro is just looking down, waiting for them to eventually move. They're keeping 4 eyes, I guess, down on Atomic and 4 on Domi, as somewhere along the line, Fuego got wiped out. So this is setting up like a perfect Pizarro big kill win. If they can take care of Atomic, they've got to be careful about it.
Look at that kill count for Pizarro. You know what happened to Fuego at this stage. High ground advantage. You can see Atomic pinned up against the wall, trying to use any utility that they've got, but Pizarro wants to take it into a closer range, finding the angles onto this one, using the high ground, looking through the walls, just clinging to life. There's nowhere to go. The zone itself is going to come in, get the damage, and with this, Pizarro gets our first win of the day.
Wow. I mean, what do you even say from the drop? I mean, the first drop team Pizarro was chasing, and they were just hunting kills, knowing that they need to have a huge day here today, match them to even have a shot at getting first place, and that's what they come out with in the first game. This is getting real spooky.
I have no idea what's about to happen at Leaderboard. I know that Fuego did stay alive for a long time. Doesn't look like they managed to get a lot of kills. Osaka, who's been on a massive come up, had themselves a good position. 999 going down very early inside of all of this. We talked about how compacted this leaderboard is. That game had somebody that was sponging up a ton of points, and I have no idea what we're going to be looking at in a few minutes.
I'll tell you what we're going to be looking at. Excitement, and I cannot wait to see what it's looking like. But we're going to throw it over to your analyst desk to break down what we saw there in game number 1.
Oh my goodness, finally, Pizarro, that's the team we've been looking for, that's the team we've been waiting for, and you know what, I feel like, Twiggy, our predictions might be going in the right direction, to say the least. How impressed are you with their performance?
Never in doubt. Never in doubt. I knew. No matter, you forget what I said in voice chat after yesterday's broadcast. I knew they'd come back today. That was amazing from them. Just cold, calculated pushes all over the place. I mean, from the get-go, they showed what they could do against DN Esports, and then they pushed in on Team 999, got that finished real quick, and no matter where they went, death followed. They just absolutely demolished everybody. There's no even, like, how can they go in depth in that when they just won every fight with very little sweat whatsoever?
Yeah, I mean, the very beginning, we looked at the drop spots, we looked at the percentage. We saw that most teams were at about 100%, but everybody's drop spots were locked and loaded. Pizarro does their homework, and there's no doubt in my mind that they absolutely dropped there, knowing it was DN, feeling confident that they could win out that fight, and then rotating up through the north to clear out the rest of the teams that typically drop in that area and play from the position that they felt the most confident in. But, on the flip side of that, obviously there were some other teams that had a bit of a struggle. I think we were talking about this even in the green room, that Fuego, their typical style of sitting down low and kind of waiting for the late game to clean up kills, that is not going to work when Pizarro is playing Pizarro's game. Fuego is going to lose that opportunity to get points through the game, catch up, and obviously, as you can see here, they only have 1 kill to their name, 3 kills to their name is Club 9D, and then after that, they kind of lost out on the chances. So when we're coming down to points and placements and points and kills, not only is that what Pizarro is working on right now, but everybody else who is ahead of them and needs to stay ahead of them needs to start thinking, how can we stop this train? Because it is left the station, and I'm telling you guys right now, I mean, Pizarro is going to absolutely run with this lobby today.
I completely agree with you, but on the topic of Pizarro, one thing that I have to ask you guys, actually, you know what, before I speak to you about this, because it's somewhat of a riddle, let's dive into how many kills they managed to get for themselves. 15 kills in our very first game of the day right here at the grand finals is nothing short of impressive, but I think an equally impressive shout out has to go to the side of Osaka. They were one of the teams that we spoke about yesterday. Definitely have the potential of finishing up in first place with a booyah. Granted, the very first game of the day was not it, but they've continued to impress us. Talk to me a little bit more about the side of Osaka, Twiggy, and what they could potentially try to do to secure themselves a booyah.
Yeah, I mean, they have been performing very consistently throughout the grand finals so far. I mean, this is for just the first game here today. You can see they got themselves 7 kills, but it was more about those placement points. And I think the thing with Osaka is they have one really heavy hitter in Jeremy, who actually is contending for top kills because he does a lot for his team. But apart from that, they're just really, their positional play is really strong, and they always manage to get themselves in that top 5 area and get themselves some consistent points on the board, no matter how they perform in terms of aim and stuff like that. They don't complicate it. They just get in towards the last zone and they get themselves a decent finish no matter what.
Yeah, I feel like the potential is 100% there. I keep saying it over and over again because I feel like I don't want people to have them out for the count. They've continued to show us they are most definitely capable of picking up as many kills as possible. It's just that they narrowly miss out a lot of the time on their positioning and their final placement. But I'm curious to see in terms of fragging out. Here we have it. 3 of the Pizarro players making it to our top 5 amount of kills throughout that game. It's nice to see that, you know, each of these players is definitely pulling their own weight, not just the side of Adiel, but also his teammates as well. It's also like always reassuring to see the fact that, you know, it's not just down to one player completely carrying his teammates, but everybody definitely putting in an equal amount of effort for them. So, okay, the thing that I needed to talk to you guys about before, for the side of Pizarro, one thing that I noted was the fact that they actually killed Mr. T while he was being revived from 999. And then instead of continuing to pursue like eliminating his teammates, they decided to run away. For myself, at first I was like, okay, this is a little bit odd. It could have been like an easy squad wipe for them. But it later like kind of emerged that it was maybe because they wanted more points for the kills. Because if we take a look at what happened after that, Pizarro then found 999 once again, eliminated Mr. T once again, and then picked up even more kills on his teammates as well. What do you guys think about the likelihood of, you know, a team kind of deciding not to completely eliminate a squad, especially for the side of Pizarro, considering how many points behind they are? Do you think it's a possibility that they maybe didn't opt to completely squad wipe because they wanted to secure themselves even more kill points?
I mean, go ahead.
I still hold true that I think part of it was for rotation and control on the north, right? Because if you take 999, then you're kind of wasting time in an area where I didn't quite think they wanted to be in. But at the same time, too, as we've seen from Pizarro all weekend, if they see a fight that they feel like they can get involved in and they feel like they can pick kills out of, we've absolutely seen them charge. It's typically teams that maybe aren't as aggressive or aren't as kill dominant. Pizarro feels confident that they can win out in that gun game. And so I think when you look at 999, they probably saw that and thought, you know what, 999, they did have a big kill run yesterday. Let's not take this fight early. Let's go to the north. We already kind of have our play. USA was there. They were able to clear out USA and then come down from that high ground to play from, right? So I really think that's where they were going.
Okay, interesting stuff. We're taking a look at our overall leaderboard. Look at how many spots Pizarro Esports has been able to climb themselves after just the first game of the day. It's just a few more spots needed now for them to ring true of mine and Twiggy's predictions. I believe you had Fuego as your number 1, right, Clover?
I did. I had Fuego's 1,
Okay.
Pizarro as 2, and USA as 3. So as long as Pizarro and USA don't climb above Fuego, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, all right, I see. I'm just a little bit sad that Team 999 have been somewhat demoted from the spot that they had beforehand. But another thing to note is that Virus Gaming actually gave a little bit more fight from that game that we witnessed there. If I'm not mistaken, Grow Zero, I think it was, went absolutely huge for his team. I think he picked up 3 kills, and with the use of the grenade launcher was absolutely epic stuff coming out from him. Are there any other teams that you're particularly impressed with? I'll start with you first, Twiggy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Osaka did incredibly well. That game, Pizarro Esports coming away with the most amazing kind of performance I've seen for the whole grand finals so far. But Atomic also did incredibly well. They got themselves into the top 3. They came away with 14 points. It's a very, very solid performance from them. And from a team that is right in the middle of the standings, where one position is going to make you up $1,000 or so in that kind of standings, and considering they're only about 4 points away from what are they in 7th position right now? They're 4 points away from 5th position. They could definitely make a push for maybe the top 5, but also those extra prize pool additions where you get all your kills in one game, that kind of thing. So definitely that's impressive from them, and it's really something we want to see more of from them.
And how about for yourself, Clover? Any teams that you're going to be keeping an eye out for heading into our second game once again on Bermuda?
I'm going to say USA because they completely got dominated by Pizarro. They won game 2 on day 1. I want to see if they can win game 2 on day 3.
All right, let's see whether or not they're able to do. I'm going to throw it to our 2 amazing casters, Poro and Matrim. Take us through it.
All right, Poro, we're wanting to get in the action as fast as possible. So,
Yes.
past 2 days, we've had a very big conversation, and that's been about Vela, who's been such a key component to what's been going on with 1A and massive successes that they're having. But they've been having most of their successes on this map. And now Pizarro is coming alive and taking all their points. what is going to be the trickle-down effect for them in that, given the fact that the other two maps don't seem to go too well for 1A?
I mean, well, we saw it in game one, didn't we? I mean, they made it to late game. They just kind of found themselves in that tough spot where they were backs up against the wall, having to push through 3 teams to get in. So, unfortunately, the Vela, this is what happens when you rely so much on a single player for all your points. Now, that being said, I got to give him his give him his flowers where the Ghost has been playing really well too.
This is true. Yeah.
Now, Vela obviously has been kind of running away with the whole thing, but Ghost has been kind of keeping up, holding his own. The other two guys, Junior, Laroon, great high fives from the bench, I'm sure. Like
we would like to
really
see
gonna
more.
get revives in. How about that?
We'll put it that way. We would really like
Support.
to see a little bit more from them. Yeah. Hey, that's very, very important. Somebody's got to carry all the ammo for Vela to use, right? No, jokes aside, though, I also want to give a big shout out to Osaka, who is now tying up with Pisar in second place. Not a team that we've had a chance to talk about. Like, we were talking a lot about Pisar, like, sooner or later waking up, and the sleeping giant finally has. But Osaka's path has been so much more quiet. Still, not finding any form of booyah. It's just consistent placement, consistent kills.
Yeah, they've been performing really well. You look at Osaka, and let's take a look at what their stats are looking like. Okay, so they've played predominantly. Oh no, never mind. I was going to talk about it being the Jeremy show, but here we go. Launu once again, right on top of somebody. It's going to work eventually, right? It's got to. It has no choice.
I mean, I think that they're rocking mostly the BTS skin from what I saw. I don't know there for a second. So I saw the chains. I couldn't quite tell for certain. But this is not good as Mario is already down. And
what's the Hex doing here?
Dude, I don't even know what's happening in this. And this, like, I know that VG hasn't been having the best run, but Grozero has still been very strong in their fights.
I mean, Grozero is a superstar. I mean, he's been playing fantastic. I mean, we saw what he's capable of in that last game, in that real close, right on top of each other fight. Now, this is actually a little bit of a better position for Launu here if they play it right. I mean, they can just kind of play around this compound, force Virus to basically be impatient and to make a mistake here.
See, what Virus needs to do is be real patient. Just kill 2 more of them, let the other one run away and res and just follow them and then get more points. Not trying to be rude to Onu, but that seems to be what happens. They get away, they manage to get 1 guy out, maybe 2, they go for the res, and then those guys get picked off.
It's almost like it's not even that most of the time. I mean, Launu, they've been struggling trying to get that insurance policy away. Right, it's happened. They've been able to do it a couple of times, but for the majority of the time, it seems like it's situations like this where they're all 3 right here, and you can see VG is just kind of putting the clamps down. I mean, they're surrounding him. You got Victor, you got Grozero coming in from the side flank. This is a hard compound to push though, so Virus needs to be real careful about how they want to do this. Fortunately, all this is inside Circle 1, so they got time.
And I also, banter aside, I've been making some jokes at Onu's expense, but I really respect the heart that these guys are playing with. They're still trying to find ways to work. You can tell the fact that this isn't like a give up style situation. This is what more can we learn and how much can we improve. Let's take the firefights. Let's get more involved. Santi does get spotted out though, so that's going to add a little bit more complication into this as the push is coming down below. Milo looks like he is waiting, open arms and Uzi's ready. And VG now coming in. Prince on the outside of this one. See if he can get any damage into it. Not enough to deter what's going on. All of VG makes a rush up top of this one. Yep. This is not working. And so now Prince out of this one and the safety process trying to kick off.
Yeah. I mean, at least respect to Prince there to be able to read the situation and realize that they were getting hard crashed by all 4 of them and using that opportunity to run away and be able to try to maybe revive his teammates a little bit later. Now he does need to be careful about where he pushes because C7 is right in front of him. But here we go. Bizad down on the southwest. They pushed out into this blue zone. I don't know if they know that DN is here or they might have figured it out.
They seem to be pretty hunkered down on this dock and don't want to move too much. So that tells you something. Also, it tells you that the fact that PSR is still very much in the we want all the elimination points that we can find. Domi, though, We talked about it. He tends to be the first guy to get knocked, but I think that's due to the position role he has. He is there ranged. He's the guy that has to go for the peaks. And so he's the one that opens up everything. He gets the knock. He gets all the aggression at him and allows the rest of PSR to move around. And given the way and how deadly he is at range, it works so well.
Look at this, DN. Yeah, they're just trying to dip out of this. Elian out in the middle of the Pacific here. He's nowhere near any of this. So Venva does have this nice little high ground spot. Could cause some problems. But like you said, you're peeking up against some big hitters there. Oh, Westby going to go down, though, and that's what I was worried about. A deal from range is absolutely disgusting.
This team, whenever they start getting it together, is just terrifying. 3 kills already. Moving in, they are going to have to be chasing the circle, as the circle is very far northeast and the exact opposite position from them. But it is an early circle, so not too much. Elian is still alive. You can see down in the water, just living life. You know, getting a little bit of a tan, relaxing, enjoying some time. No inherent rush. Just gonna let Pisar go ahead of him.
The dolphins.
Maybe try to make landfall.
Yeah, swimming with the fishes. Not, swimming with
not
the
way
the rest of his team is swimming with the fishes, but
exactly,
actually swimming with the fishes. he'll be fine. Plenty of revive spots too. Actually, if he spots out that Mars Electric spot, don't go for the one. Yeah, don't go for that one. That's just asking for it.
That's bait. It's bait. Don't do it.
Okay, yeah. Dip on out of there, my friend. Okay, well, looking elsewhere on the map, look at Fuego trying to push in. There's a big log jam kind of right in the center of the map over there, Matcham.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the usual suspects at this stage, right?
Sure, yeah.
It's the guys that are always trying to go for that centered position. Danger Zone is kind of pushing them away from it, so VG is kind of close to the edge of it. But that's really about it. You note the fact that with this circle and the way it landed, 9D is dropping in Cape Town and shifted very far to the east. Could be bumping into USA at any given moment.
This feels like a bait from 9D, doesn't it? This almost feels like they looted up Cape Town and they pushed out to the cliffs waiting for somebody to backfill. And USA is kind of falling for it right now. I'll see. We'll keep an eye on USA to see if they continue to push into the actual warehouses and if 9D can spring the trap. But that's an interesting little play there from 9D. Fuego, meanwhile, you can see has that high ground spot again. They know exactly where C7 is. They'll just kind of keep eyes on that for right now. Maybe I don't think they push if they get a knock. I don't think that's not the play.
Here's my concern, though. 1A moving into the worst neighborhood again. They do have a path that's going to get at least close range as they step right into Atomic. Atomic, I don't know if we're firmly defending this just quite yet. And now, that was a very awkward fight between both of them. It's not done yet, but the start threw both of these teams off their game plan.
Well, it sure did. He missed every shot on Novella. Well, he will go down eventually, though. And now, just like that, it's down to Ghost and Atomic cleaning this up. Takes a knock there from Ghost. Dax will be the one that goes down, but that is 1A going down instantly, just like that. They do get the rest on the Dax. Has anybody seen this going on? C7 doesn't look like they're pushing it.
DN could be coming up back behind this, but that's going to be a little bit later.
Wow, 1A, man.
That's my concern. We were talking about this is their map, man. Like they don't get much points on the other ones by comparison to this one. And I don't want to say that the dream is done, but now all pressure shifts into where they are the least comfortable.
Yeah, this is real interesting. I'm actually shocked, to be honest. I think that I think C7 knew that Fuego had that high ground, so there was not really an opportunity for them to go and push Atomic. I think they would have loved to do it, but they've got C7, Scott and Campars just raining shots down on them at any time they peek.
Oh no, Poro. We have a 1v1 at the res station very far to the south between Onu and the last member for Dian. Oh, Dian did manage to hit it, so they do have their members coming back in, and poor Prince.
Oh, Prince.
Oh no. Good night, sweet Prince. It's not going to be too much longer for you.
Oh, just a half second too late. Now he's just going to try to, if he can get this kill. Yeah. Oh, man. See, that's how it is, match. When luck is going against you, It just seems like this kind of stuff like the worst possible luck on top of the tilt. It's just awful.
And we talk about that in Battle Royale, Free Fire, like a second here or there influences so much of a fight. You know, just how you're moving through it. 1 second you can be in cover and another team just never sees you, and now a trap's going to go wrong. I'm curious.
Look at DN. They all rezzed and they dropped right in front of PSR.
Oh, I told you, dude. I don't know how this keeps happening. Like, I know rezzing is important, but it feels like it might just be better to not go for the circle if you're going to be doing the rezzing.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, they seem to be avoiding it for right now, but yeah, no, you spotted them.
Oh,
yeah. No. Oh, these guys have nothing either. I mean, they might have been able to loot up a little bit. Yeah, okay, Bad Boy's got a gun at least. Well.
Oh, and they're gonna know. They're gonna know. Oh my God. Oh, bizarre. That is now 5 points they have managed to get from DN.
That's a rough one, buddy. That is a rough one. All right, well, and now Pizarro once again has that high ground spot. Oh no, Elian has like a sliver of health after running out of the zone. Managed to avoid him though. Okay.
Not like this, of all ways for DN to go down. Could you imagine spending like they've spent the entirety of the game just trying to get away from PSR and then now bumped into PSR again.
Mr. T just lighting a god nade onto 90 there.
You do
the res. They'll get the res, but that's going to open a little bit of a door here, and 999 wants to push into it too. They've already opened up. They'll find White with the shoddy. Glue wall's going down to try to keep everybody alive, but it might not be enough. 999 just coming in here with reckless abandon.
Just too much shotgun, too much close range. Doesn't matter how many walls you throw down to try to stall it. It's not working. You can see the fight between 9D and USA is also popping off into the east of this. And the slow roll as everything is coming together right now. Is tossing the nade.
Oh, the time turner.
Is USA going to get involved in this? They've been watching the outside with not. Like, what do they do? There you go.
Oh, they're coming. Here we go.
Here we go. Excel is coming in the backside of this. Do they know? Do they have information with it? They do finish off 9D, but now 999 has to deal with an entirely new squad, rushing in very, very quickly. Walls come out, tries to find the angle around from it, but USA now walking in, gets a good double up and gets two of them down. Make it a third one, and now 999 in some trouble. They are out.
Wow. That was very, very clean from USA. You got to give them all the credit in the world. That is, they knew exactly what was going on. They hit at the right time. I was a little bit worried for him because 999 was full strength, and now look at Fuego making the wrap as well, kind of pushing in. I think USA may have spotted them out. Oh, Kapara's definitely spotted them.
Oh yeah, they were wanting this fight to go on way longer. Now they're starting. Surely they don't know. Yeah, you can't rotate that way and know. Kapara gets one of them down. And now see if he can follow. Does get the flush, and here comes the pushes. Walls coming out, and you know Fuego wants to take this one close. USA, they do have a man back behind this one, but that just means he is separated out. This is a 4v2 for all intents and purposes. Trying to hold it. Maybe Excel can make his way over there. The walls are going to give him the time to potentially do so, but how much more can he potentially throw down to find this? Slows down Fuego enough, but you can see Fuego is still on the hunt.
Yeah, good walls being used from USA to slow things down here to reposition on the outside. You can see Exhale has managed to come from the outside. Oh, nice shots coming through. Calvin going to go down, and that might open things up. A nice trade, though, coming through. Immediately going for that res. Compare's going to try to come by. He'll find Joshua. That's a big name to get down. Excel trying to run through the rooms, but he won't get away as Fuego going to add some more points to their total.
Fuego says, yeah, all right, Pizarro, I see ya. I see what you're trying to do, and now is on the opposite side of the circle doing the same. Tomek's going to be coming into the path, potentially can gatekeep them out. You can see lots of different firefights going out. C7 is taking shots into VG, but Hillside into a valley to finish this one out for. This is a lack of cover, to say the least.
I'm fairly certain Pizarro just got the last 2 kills onto DN, meaning that they've gotten, 8 kills from one team? We appreciate your contribution to the Pizarro comeback fund, DN.
7, something like that? I don't even know, dude. It's I do also, again, kudos to DN. No, you got that never give up spirit. Leave no man behind. I don't know where they picked up their other point, though. I mean, Can't kill a
I
whole
think
team
they
twice.
they popped somebody off a C7. I think I saw on the kill feed there, but yeah, 8 kills now. Oh, that's a lot of people, Adil. That's a lot of people. Time turner coming down immediately after getting that knock on. And to 1, Adil somehow still alive. Where's the rest of the team? Guys, come on. There's a lot of people here. There's a lot of points to get Domadeus. What are you doing? Get him. They don't take a single knock. What happened?
What the hell was that? I mean, that was being caught with your pants down. You can see just trapped in the vehicle, just getting punched, getting shotgun. I don't even... Poro, this is... I don't even know.
no.
This isn't momentum. This is... We just do not give a flying F about what's going on in this lobby anymore.
I mean, they're taking it. They're taking it. This whole thing is lined up in front of them, and they are doing what they can to get as many points as they can. Now, the problem for them is that they're being pushed by Osaka right now, and the other problem is that Fuego is still collecting points on the other half of this. So the gold posts are moving backwards with every forward step they make.
Got some usual suspects at the end of this one. It's going to be Osaka that is inside the circle. Calvin's trying to move forward.
Ooh, Atomic.
Bizarre looking into Atomic, though, as they are still just fighting time and time again. I like this. Retreat just a touch more. Let Atomic come into you. Domadios finds the nade. Now it's time to return that push, and it's just so aggressive. Where do you go? Jumping over everything.
Oh my God.
15 kills, and now they have to continue this path into Osaka.
Matchup, that's the first knock I think they've taken as well. That out of all these kills, all these fights they've been getting involved in, that was the first knock that I've seen come through. Pizarro is just showing extreme dominance right now on this lobby. Now Domadios will go down and get flushed by 1P, but they are in the middle of a wide open field. At this point, though, I mean, even without the win, this could be job done. Nice grenade from Domi, back to back. Bizarre will go down in second place, but not before getting just a ton of kill points to go along to their total, Matt.
You don't feel bad about that. We talk about points per game all the time. That was a massive showing from them. And again, kudos. Osaka, we finally, Osaka, you get yourself a booyah. Everybody breathe your sigh of relief. Downside for everybody else, though, that third place team was Fuego.
That's the problem. Like, all the work that Pizarro is doing, but Osaka and Fuego, the two that they're fighting, are doing just as much. This is setting up to be a crazy Final Four games match.
I'm all about where we're going. If this is the way this is
loving
starting, I cannot even wait for where these last couple of games are going, because sure, again, usual suspects, top of the leaderboard showing up. That's what you want. You want everybody fighting it out. You want to see the clutches coming up, and you want to see somebody being able to stop out big plays.
It's absolutely nuts. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We'll throw it over to the analyst desk to break that one down. Guys, take it away.
Finally, Osaka get their victory. Very, very well deserved. For a moment there, I thought Pizarro were going to get yet another victory, but Osaka too strong with that grenade launcher, man. Twiggy, I know you're particularly impressed with this. Why don't you take me through it?
Yeah, okay, so Pizarro obviously took away so many kills in that game. I think it amounted to 15, I think it was, altogether. So another incredibly good performance from them in terms of kills. They didn't quite get the win, but I'm not sure they're going to be too unhappy about that. You know, Osaka, they did get the victory, and they'll get those extra points for the Booyah, but they didn't get as many kills as Pizarro by a long shot. So Pizarro are going to take away most of the points from that game, and I think they've narrowed the lead now of Fuego to only 9 points or so. I think it is less than 10 points that is the difference maker. We will see once the leaderboard updates and we take a look at it, but I mean, this game, once again, Pizarro just had no fear whatsoever. You saw how they ran up on, I think it was Atomic, just absolutely no fear whatsoever. They knew they were going to win the fight. They know they're going to win fights, for a fact.
Absolutely. And I mean, shout out to Elian. We saw that final play there. We can even see in the kill feed the amount of revives. Elian, on that very first hot drop with Pizarro, swam away, found an opportunity to revive the whole team. And I actually think he had to get revives 3 separate times to try and keep that dream alive for Dian. But at the same time, they're also giving those points to Pisad, because every single time those players respawned, Pisad was there to respond in full. But I mean, this final fight here, Atomic really putting that pressure on Pisad, Fuego having Calvin and another player off on the edge of the angle. Osaka had the high ground, not leaving that position, letting everybody else fight it out and go against an exhausted Pisad. That was probably the best move that they had here, and we love to see it. That first place, that booyah, 7 kills, 19 points. They weren't the points leader overall, but it was still a great game for them and definitely helpful on that leaderboard.
100% helpful. 16 kills to their name. Definitely no easy task at all. But you know what? One thing that you mentioned to me, Twiggy, is the fact that Pisar know that they are absolutely hungry for points right now. For them to get as many points as possible is the only chance they have at sticking through this. And yeah, placement points are cool and all, but the NA meta just seems to be hunting for kills. Is this like a Pisar unlike you guys have seen before, or is this what you had expected to see from them from the very start of the tournament?
I mean, this is Pisar from the group stage. To me, this is what they were doing all the time. They were incredible on Bermuda, and what we've seen in the grand final so far is completely uncharacteristic from them. They had the third worst performance overall in the first 2 days on Bermuda, but now I think this is going to push them overall to probably the best performance on Bermuda. They racked up what was it, 52 points there over those 2 maps, and that's absolutely unreal from them. And this is more like what we were seeing in the group stage when they were just taking points from other teams with absolutely no contention whatsoever.
And another thing that I gotta ask you, Clover, is the vehicle meta. I know, like, I need to know, in your opinion, do you feel like it's viable in NA? I know in Asia it's used quite a lot and it's part of their meta, but I know Prince actually tried to somewhat use it as a means to escape, but fortunately it didn't work out for him. But my question to you is, do you see the vehicle meta kind of working out in the NA scene, or do you think it's just too fast-paced for that?
I honestly think the NA scene's a little too fast-paced. Typically, the vehicles are more in a last chance, a Hail Mary, right? When there's not really any other options. Grab a vehicle and use that. Occasionally, you might see a scout with bike, just trying to get some information. A little bit of friendly trolling. I mean, we saw it with Grozero there at the end, right? He didn't really have anywhere else to go. He just tried to get in that bike versus Pisad. So it definitely is, I think, an afterthought in terms of what we just see with the aggression, the chaos in terms of the North American meta.
Okay, I would love to see some more of it coming into fruition, but I feel like the reason why it works out so well in the Asian meta is because, you know, it's a lot more slow paced than what it is in NA. And like I said, NA scene is unlike any scene I've seen before. So let's take a look at the overall leaderboard and see how, you know, just NA things end up working out. Fuego currently in first place, 10 points between them and Pisar Esports, followed by Osaka. The dream is there for them. It's definitely doable and definitely possible. Team 999 though, I need to see that same fight coming out of them like what we saw yesterday. Twiggy, do you think that the Team 999 that we saw yesterday was only possible because Pisar Esports was lacking in their fight?
I mean, Team 999 really did take actually a lot of points away from Pisar. Obviously, in the first day, it was 1A Esports who was doing all the work in terms of taking down the teams we expected to do the best. But in day 2, I would say, yeah, Team 999 were really the team that were taking points away from Fuego, taking points away from Pisar, and Pisar were most affected by that. They only took away 50 points yesterday, which they've already beat today. But yeah, no, Team 999 were definitely the thorn in their side on the second day. And I think now that Pisar have woken up a lot, it's kind of like, oh, Team 999 don't really have an opportunity to get as many points. They have to focus on other teams and push for points in elsewhere, and they're not quite getting as many as they would have before.
Okay, so do you think if we weren't looking at the Pisar that we are today, that Team 999 could have had the potential to be as strong as they were yesterday, or do you think it's just back to having an off day for them?
I think the fact that we're going to end on Purgatory is going to be really good for Team 99. Typically, especially looking back on the group stages, their best games have all come from Purgatory. But that is to be said, if Pisada is going to be this aggressive, Kalahari was actually really great for them. They did get a win on it on day 1. It was game 4. They had a lot of top 2, top 3 finishes on Kalahari. So if that momentum carries through the second map, I think regardless of whether or not you're good on Kalahari or Purgatory, you've got to be really mindful of that momentum that Pisada is about to have.
I'm certainly excited to get things over to Kalahari, but we're going to give these players and these teams a quick breather, a little bit of time to kind of revisit their strategy and figure out what they want to do next as they head into our next game. I'm excited to get stuck into Kalahari, but do not go anywhere, because after the break, we will be revealing the very first part of our giveaway code. That's right, today we are giving away a Sneaky Clown weapon loot crate. Yes, very sneaky. I see you nodding along, Twiggy. I love it. And that's going to be giving away a code for 4 different weapons as well. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Hi Survivors, welcome to Season 2 of the Free Fire Pro Series. We're back to bring you more action, more talent, and even more booyahs for the best teams in North America. On top of a whopping $50,000 prize pool and the bragging rights of being crowned the FFPS Grand Champion, this season the winners will also earn the first ever North American invite to the Free Fire World Series. But before they get there, teams will have to fight their way through a grueling 2-month tournament, including an open qualifier, group stage, last chance qualifier, and grand finals. The action started earlier this month with the open qualifier, where 192 teams from all across North America joined the FFPS for the first stage of the tournament. Each qualifier round featured 6 games, where teams earned points based on their in-game performance, including their placement and their kills in the 12-team lobbies. Only teams in the top half of their lobby moved through each of the qualifying rounds, making their way through the round of 192, the round of 96, and the round of 48. The bottom 6 teams from the Season 1 Grand Finals joined the top 30 from the round of 48 and the last open qualifier round, the round of 36. The 18 teams left standing from the final round earned their spots in the group stage. For the group stage, the top teams from the open qualifier will be joined by even more invited teams from Season 1. The top 6 teams from the Season 1 Grand Finals will qualify straight into a 24-team group stage, alongside the open qualifier teams from Season 2. Teams will be split up into groups of 6, and these groups will face off in a double round-robin format where each group will battle each other in a 12-team lobby twice. This stage will take place across 4 weeks, with 3 game days per week. In the end, the top 8 teams will punch their tickets straight to the finals. The 9th through 20th place teams will earn one last shot in the last chance qualifier, and the bottom 4 teams will be eliminated from the tournament. The Last Chance Qualifier will be a 2-day gauntlet where teams that fail to qualify from the group stage will get their last chance to earn a place in the finals and fight for the title of FFPS Grand Champion. 12 games will give the top 4 teams a shot in the finals, while the remaining teams will be eliminated. The Grand Finals will pit the top 12 teams in North America against each other in a 3-day event. 6 games per day for a total of 18 games will be played for teams to claim their piece of the $50,000 prize pool and for a grand champion to be crowned. Which squad will reign supreme and get their chance to represent North America in the World Series? Tune in to find out.
It's Free Fire Pro Series Day 3, baby. My name is Jasmine. I'm joined by the fabulous Twiggy and Clover. We've seen our first set of matches being played out in our grand finals so far. But just before the break, what can I say? I'm a woman of my word. Here is the first part of the code. Make sure you jot it down on a piece of paper, on the notepad, on your phone, you name it. And this is to redeem a Sneaky Clown weapon loot crate. And that's 4 different weapons within that as well. So make sure you save that somewhere, somehow, because we will be giving away the remaining parts of the code throughout the rest of the show. We've seen explosive games thus far. We've seen the return of the Pisar esports that everybody knows and loves. And I'm definitely curious to see whether or not they'll be able to bring it back, especially when we take a look at their drop spots over on Kalahari. Do you guys think it's going to go in way of Pisar?
I mean, the Kalahari has been their map so far this grand finals. I don't know. You know, the way we've seen them change things up on Bermuda, I mean, if they do the same on Kalahari, they're going to be absolutely unstoppable, because taking away 27 points on your first map on Bermuda and then 25 on your second, making the same increase in points, they're going to be in the 30s if they keep up that form here. Now, they do drop towards the edge of the map this time. It's not as central of a drop as they generally go for, but it's been working for them so far, and if it keeps working out for them, they'll be pretty happy.
Yeah.
And what do you think in terms of their playstyle, Clover? What do you think, if they've done something in particular to ultimately lead to the dominant performance that they've given us thus far? Of course, they have been incredibly kill hungry this time around, but do you just think it's a case of them actually hitting their shots, or is there something different that they're doing to really dominate their performance?
I mean, I think they're finally just playing with the confidence in their roster and themselves. Like you said, one of the players did have a lot going on previously, and they had said, we're not as focused as we would have liked to have been. But real quick, while we're on drop spots, I do want to point out Pisad dropping in Council Hall is very, very close to shrines where we know DNE Sports likes to drop. They've dropped there 100% of the time. So if you are Pisad and you just hot dropped DN twice in a row, are we going to go for 3? Is this going to happen?
I think at this point it is somewhat bullying if they continue doing this to the side of DN. But I wouldn't be surprised if they left at least 1 or 2 of their players standing to go in for the revive and then farm some more kills, because I believe that's like we saw them do it in the previous game. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's now a strategy of theirs to make sure they're picking up as many kills as possible. What do you think? Is it viable for them?
Yeah, I mean, the crushing the dream strat is very much, I think it's a great way of doing it. I mean, if you're playing the mental game, leave one member alive and then just come back and destroy them twice in a row. I mean, they farmed 6 kills off of the esports in the last game. Actually, I think it was 7. So, I mean, if they keep that kind of form up, DN esports are gonna be in quite a tough position mentally as well as in terms of their kill points.
Now, for the side of DN, Clover, do you think it's at all possible that they might be completely aware of the fact that, you know what, Pisar esports have got our number, especially today? Is there any planet, any world in which they decide, you know what, we're going to engage in this fight first?
Potentially. I also think the potential might be that DN just tries to drop far, far away. We saw it last game, but that still wasn't far enough. So I'm curious to see what their mindset is going to be going into the rest of the day, because they still have their own growth that they need to worry about today too.
All right, well, let's see what our 2 casters have to say about this. They're going to take us through all the action. Grand finals time, baby. Let's do it.
All right, Poro, we got ourselves a situation that's brewing over here.
Oh,
We've got Pisar and Osaka in the northeast, dropping pretty close to each other in second, third, respectively, and Fuego opposite side of the map from them. But as you pointed out a second ago, it seems like Pisar has some other friends next to them, so that might give Osaka a little bit of a reprieve.
Yeah, DN has, I came in today talking about Fuego having a bullseye on their back, but apparently DN has a target on their back too, but it's only for Pizarre, as they are just going after him. I do want to give a shout out real quick, Matt, to Osaka. They are
come with me on the hype train.
They are our grand finals champion of Bermuda. Highest kills, highest average placement. Now that we've gotten through all 6 games of Bermuda, so shout out to them. Good job, Osaka.
I've been really enjoying their play style, and it's good to see teams whenever you get to this stage. Like, group stage is always so hard to measure because you don't have like everybody together yet. Until you get that ridiculously strong lobby, you can't really see what the upper potential for some of these teams really are. And I think that we're seeing Osaka really start to find themselves in this. And USA, DN, and ONU all finding themselves in the same spot. And good day to be USA.
Can't get hot dropped by Pizarre if you get hot dropped by 2 other teams. Taps forehead. Okay. Well, right off the bat, 3-way fight. We'll see. No knocks coming through just yet, but this one's spicy, and it's also right on top of that blue zone, as you see. So a lot of good loot to be had as Excel will get spotted out by Venva. Good shots there, and keeping one eye on the north there. 1A Vela starting to creep down as well.
Oh, I think the DN saw this full-on stack coming together, runs right into the time turner, unloading. That is an exchange, but should be enough time. See how they come through. Nice defended line coming out of this one. USA, they are starting to fall all over the place. Now just Mudo up, but guess what? Onu's on the other side of this. There's nowhere for USA to run. They're going to go ahead and get themselves spotted out, trying to survive through, but now Onu is the new target. DN does manage to take down Elian. It is just a bad boy up with Prince. Had to watch on the other side. Now, you can see how DN is trying to reposition around this when they're finally getting their group, finally getting some kills, all considered. But Onu on the other side of it, trying to hunt him down while they have just a smidgen of life and not finding the damage that they wanted to get.
Oh man, Patojo's got his Nikes laced up tight right now. He is running all over the place. Somehow managed to get through all of that without taking a single shot. Mudo gets caught out in the middle of no man's land here by Bad Boy. Good shots from Bad Boy will take him down. And now DN sitting on 4 kills. Launu, things are starting to run away. I keep looking to the map, man. Fuego has crept over here with 1. Now Virus is creeping over here with Grow 0. Everybody kind of creeping over in this direction to see if they can maybe sneak a kill away.
But there is still 1A that is due north of this, and that could spell out a lot of problems for this one.
He doesn't always
moving
sees him.
north. Oh, is he gonna? Oh, can he do it again? No, he cannot get away with it. But Toyo looks like he's going north. But guess what?
Point.
1A is up there, and that doesn't spell too good of a recipe of success for them. DN showing some signs of life. Good to see.
Oh, there we go, Launu.
Onu. Yeah.
Let's go. They only lost Prince. I mean, it's still a pretty big loss, but they have a revive point right there, so they should be okay. Fuego, though, it looks like Scott has been kind of creeping over here, keeping an eye on things. Now the rest of the team starting to wrap up to the north, as looks like Prince is coming down, so back up to full strength for Launu. And here we go. Bizarre, they've found a new Huckleberry, and it's going to be Osaka.
This is a very important leaderboard fight, given the fact that these two are fairly close to each other. Pizarre has to be very careful. It does go down very early. It's going to be Jeremy the Star showing up for Osaka at a very important point. But now problems on both sides of this. Pizarre has to figure out how they're wanting to move forward. Osaka firmly defended up, and it's going to be more onto Domadios. So much closer in this one. You can see no cover, really, for the rest of the team. So it's about how they want to cross this open area.
It was a real rough trade for Pizarre as well. He got the knock on a Jeremy, but Adil got knocked and flushed just because they're out in the open here, whereas Osaka just has this hard cover that they can kind of swap between. Westby does manage to get away. Domi gonna get away as well. Just try to reposition. Domadios just holding the line here.
They don't know. They don't know if he beats back around that corner. He could have got both of them. Instead, he's going for a back flank. They have no idea. How much of this does he want? Apparently none of it.
Oh, well, Osaka acting so weird there. They all pulled out. They got the knock onto Westby, and then Domi just kind of ran away trying to bait them to come after him, but immediately Osaka gets that kill and they just go back to their previous positions. They go back to hunkering down. I don't know if they saw Domadios or if they're just playing they're playing tower defense right now. Oh,
Welcome
Prince.
back to the game, Prince. Enjoy your vehicle, and I guess he's going to
Sneaky
go
Patojo.
to Hampton. Yeah. Poor Patojo.
Oh wait, no, it was Virus came in and wiped the rest of Laonu. Oh
So-
boy. Well, that happened.
No, Onu, don't go that direction, Prince. If you go over there, that's again where 1A is. I'm very curious on how Esau responds to this.
Patojo.
They have two members very separated from each other.
So sneaky. I mean, Domadios is just he's part of the shrubbery now of Osaka's compound. Like, he's not going anywhere. Domi, I'm kind of looking out in that direction. See, there's a revive station that's right there, but they can't go to it without being in Osaka's line of sight. So it's it's kind of weird. It's almost like they're waiting for Osaka to move. Okay, well, what do we have here going on between Atomic and 999?
It looks like Atomic, who usually plays more centered, is a little bit further out to the east. 999 makes this positional move, and now it is a very close range fight as these teams are smack on top of each other. High ground is favoring 999, but you can see the push coming out from Atomic, trying to find more and more success. Moving into it, slow rolling around, now starting to get the connecting shots. Atomic finds themselves in a lot of trouble and is now eliminated again. It's Mr. T who comes up big when needed.
Mr. T, the hero for 999. They will get both Rez's Rasta and Tail back up the full strength for 999, and there is no one down on that southeastern side. They can play however slow they'd like. Meanwhile, Fuego starting to creep a little bit closer to that Osaka situation. Domadios is still just holding the wall up there. Okay, Virus wrapping around on that north side may bump into 1A here shortly. Kind of interesting, Matt. This is like one of the first times that we haven't seen a lot of action around Refinery. And as a result, I mean, it looks like the circle's just going a little bit east of it.
All my homies hate Refinery is the way that this game feels right now. Just move away from it. We're all going to do our fighting where Refinery can't see us, and that seems to be the definite name of the game. Virus Gaming, your kill leaders at the time, continuing their hunt in, and I think now aware of 1A's position. Looks like the way Victor's moving in this, trying to feed out how to move, as Amatron is very far to the west from here.
Yeah, it looks like Victor may have spotted somebody. I don't know if it was Ghost or maybe you just saw a head peeking out from the ruins, but either way, they know that 1A is there.
It's an awkward fight, though, because it's right next to the edge of the zone,
weird.
and this is not in safe zone.
Yeah, I mean, Virus has a pretty easy escape route if they want it. They just got to be careful about how they go. Okay. Meanwhile, 90, C7, this all going on command post inside circle, so it's got time to play out. But you can see both teams just waiting for the other to make the first mistake here.
Teams that have a mini rivalry all the way down into their naming strategy. Even there you go, 1A gets spotted out, but it's actually going to be Virus that loses one very early in this. Already getting some flushes into it, but Virus moving through quite efficiently now.
Oh,
Bella. Bella lands the perfect toss in it. Zero down on the opposite side. Comatron trying to move forward, but this is spelling a doom for Virus Gaming as 1A. Looks like they're trying to find themselves some successes on a map that is a little bit less comfortable. Now, just seeing what they can do. This is a harsh way to try to fight your way out of this one. Comatron just trying to cling to life. Wanted to get to grow zero, but doesn't look like that's going to happen.
He's a little bit of a better position. Comatron could pull this off. It's just a 1v2. 1A actually pushing his 2, though. Laroon going to be the one that does it. And now, here we go. The other fight. We were waiting to see if it would break off. Club 9D managing to leave the wall. C7 is going to be right on their doorstep. White will go down. The trade's coming through.
Big fight brewing right here between them. I also want to point out that PSR had members get rezzed right now and are starting to try to make their land. C7 still playing around the outside of this one. Looks like they're trying to make their venture inside, but it's just constantly repositioning 9D and Johan in a big way, finding those successes, trying to make sure that he can keep his teammate alive, but it's just easy shotguns coming out from him.
Oh, credit to C7. That came down to just one. A one straight 1v1. That's all you can really ask for from any team here. Domadios still part of the scenery, is just watching Osaka take shots at his teammates from range, but they still have no idea that he's right. Oh, maybe they do. He's been spotted. I don't even think that was from Osaka, though.
Yeah, but 999 is on an opposite angle, and then they still also have Fuego over here. So, like, oh, Domadios, what are you doing? Nade's getting prepped. This is no good for you. Oh, gotta move, try to get away. Can't do it. It's gonna be Domi that lands it on Domadios, and right after a res on a deal.
It was Calvin. Calvin gave the game away. Took the shots from range. Domi had to drop the glue wall, and that let Osaka know that they had company. It was just a matter of time before the grenades found their home. But Domi and Adil still up for Pizarre, although they are creeping out towards the north where 1A is making their way in.
Pizarre seeming to take shots, seeing if maybe they can get an opportunity out of this. But Osaka still in a very strong spot. We were talking about that this is a back and forth battle for positioning in these top 3 spots, and Fuego still alive opposite side of them. 999 wanting to have a bigger game to try to find some way to climb through this. We talked about it. When they can explode, they get those massive games that can influence everything on the leaderboard. They are in a very strong position right now.
A lot of heavy hitters still left in this lobby.
Good old
Osaka.
DN.
Oh, boy. Oh, DN still in it. I haven't seen late game DN today. Let's see if they can cause some problems for Fuego. Well, they'll find it. And 2 will find Bad Boy right off the bat as they try to make the... Are they pushing right into the compound? They sure as heck are.
How often, like, what happens whenever DN is moving and then Fuego gets the down on them at this point? Like, with Pizarro on one side of them, Fuego on the other, DN's trying to make their push in. Dude, get Calvin down and see if they can get the res as well. Now, Fuego finds themselves with a lot more threats than they were expecting. This reposition on the outside from DN catches their odd man out, and I like this. This gives them a stronger position, all considered, specifically given the fact that Fuego is right up against the wall.
Kind of a 50-50 endgame circle here with the river dividing 2 halves. As we see Venva, they haven't finished out Calvin just yet. They're okay. They'll get that point in their bag. 5 points now for DN, who have definitely needed things to turn around after their first 2 games of getting hunted down by Pizarro. As we see Elian just making his way north along the wall. No clue that 1A is there.
Oh, out in the open.
That's the easiest shot ever.
Vela says thank you. A 1A now at 5 kills. And DN, you have to deal with a sniper crazed Vela now who is looking to take back vengeance for what happened in those last couple of maps.
Oh, Compares goes down there. A nice little trade coming through from 1A. This is tough, man. This is one of those. This is a part of the lobby I would feel very scared to peek anywhere, because you've got some big snipers hanging out over in this corner of the map. Now 1A will hide.
Speaking of corners, yeah,
they found a little bit of safe zone there to work with. They're fine. Everything's good. Everything's fine here.
Information for schmucks.
Look at the circle, Matt.
Oh, all the way across the river. These guys all have to fight now. 1A, Fuego, 9D, all have to scrap it up. Oddly enough, Osaka, 999, and Pizarro snuck in. So Pizarro's inside the safe zone, and now it's all about action from here on out, Poro. I mean, there's just no way. It's all got to be about what you can fight your way into.
And Pizarro is back up to full strength. They've got all 4 players. Once again, now they are holding a corner with 999 just on the other side, but all of this action on the south side has to play out first. 1A, they're in so much trouble. DN kind of keeping an eye on Fuego, going to force Compares to pull back away. But 1A, yep, you can see on your minimap, they're making the move. They're trying to go for the bridge right now, or under the bridge, rather. Chili pepper style.
And it's DN that's the distraction, so the way... the giggle afterwards because you were so proud of yourself is what got me in there. Venva trying to survive for DN has to deal with Fuego running in right on top of him. Get some nade damage in, but it's gonna go ahead and go down. No options to be had.
Oh, that was rough. Okay, Fuego, can you stay alive? Can you at least get to the late game here? 1A. Oh, they are trying so hard to gatekeep here. A little bit of... Oh, they're actually going to send it?
Send it. Car send it.
Where do you go, though?
He's got a grenade launcher and a dream.
as long as 1A is down there, they can't really do anything. Okay, 1A actually pushing into Osaka's compound. And look at Scott. Scott coming up right behind him with shotgun in hand. He's ready to go. Laroon down, Junior down, Ghost and Vela the last two up. They'll find Scott. That'll be Fuego eliminated. And now 5 kills for 1A, but they are pinned up against the wall.
Osaka, who's been holding down here for so long, sitting at 7 kills, now has a plethora of targets, all trying to move forward. Now, it looks like it's going to be 9D that is in their sights. With this, it's going to be 999 trying to move forward. Circle has popped, and nobody is in this next one. 1A still trying to creep their way forward, using the distraction that Scott created for them. But Osaka, vibing inside this position, knows the fact that it is a weakened 1A that is going to be coming after them.
Oh, what an angle! Maduro, oh, he does get spotted out in the end, but not before he did some significant damage, and then Jeremy will come and finish it off. 1A is down, as Pizarro is now turning their attention towards 999. There is no way that Pizarro, can they get this win? They had such a struggle early game.
This position is pretty strong. Is it still in the zone? No, they're still going to have to move forward just a smidgen more, and with Osaka and the way that they're lined up, it really depends on how 999 is moving this. With 999, looks like they've opted into going after Osaka's spot, and they're trying to use that clef just down the side. But it's going to be Domi that spots out Mr. T, huge. And now that's going to stop a lot of 999's aggression. Osaka inadvertently being protected by Pizarro's positioning, as these two are just dropping walls, moving forward one step at a time. But Adil's position could be massive depending on how this works out for his angle onto Osaka. You can see the rest of Pizarro trying to move forward, but there is no cover. It's just what you can create closer and closer into range. Everything is being compressed in, and it's about the firing angles you can find, and Osaka is starting to find several of them.
Oh, Domadios had the grenade launcher, and he got one off, managed to get the knock on Mr. T, but he immediately got traded back down. So the grenade launcher no longer in play for Pizarro. That is actually huge. Adil is doing so much work right now with that sniper, trying to return these knocks. Rasta and Tail seeing if they can get the knock on Pizarro, maybe open up a little bit of a door for themselves. But right now, Osaka's right up against the wall as well. As you said, it's all about glue walls, Matchroom, and now the circle is collapsing.
Finally, Pizarro is going to have to move out of their hard cover that they've been using that rock for. Domi does get dropped by Rasta on one side. Pizarro has been drawing so much attention. Now both teams are focused in on them, but 999 moves out, and it's going to be Osaka that they have to contend with. Pizarro is the last moving into this, and it's a massive firefight trying to spot out everything as it goes. Pizarro is coming in on the other side of it. They are going to go down as everything is coming up in 999's favor. Osaka is eliminated as well, and 999 take it.
Tail so clutch in the end game with that shotgun, was playing around the rock, hiding just behind it, out of view, just avoiding everybody so he could be the last one up to take that 1v1, and he was absolutely money when it came down to clutch time.
That was impressive from 999. Surviving that was a hard way to try to survive that. They had Pizarro, the firing line on that rock led directly opposite of Osaka and led into the position where 999 was trying to hold. So everybody on Pizarro could just constantly harass them without having to deal with any worry of loss, any wall getting knocked down, which that was all that 999 had. There is so much to break down inside this game, and I know our analysts are waiting to dive into it. You guys, take it away.
999 back at it again. What can I say? Impressive stuff. They managed to win it out on Kalahari yesterday as well, and another repeat of that performance today. I'll be honest with you though, for the side of Pizarro, I'm a little bit disappointed. I think they only ended up with 1 kill in that game.
Yeah, Osaka really did a number on them to begin with. First off, I mean, just making sure that they were down to 1 member, and even though they got into the late game, that doesn't mean anything if you can't get resources, you can't get kills to push yourself through. They didn't build any momentum like they did to begin with. Obviously, they dropped the same places they did before. DN Esports didn't give them those first 4 kills, and then Osaka just stopped them from being able to get into the game whatsoever, and then also got a ton of points for themselves. So, I mean, Osaka really were the playmakers in that one, in just changing what teams were getting to the end of the game completely.
I mean, you do have to wonder, though, is, you know, Saka, I think they got everybody except for Domi and Domadios, right? Domi stuck up against the wall, Domadios going up to the north, buying back west, and Adil. which those three were the three that we saw for Pisada up to the late game. They had no kills, but you've got to wonder, right? If Osaka had put that extra work in, would they have maybe been able to then focus all the resources on 9-9? I mean, this was so close between every team. You heard Poro and Matt say it really just came down to Glue Wall's management, but that rock was a resource. We saw 999 really put that up to the very end, and as you saw, Osaka had nowhere else to go, fell into the blue, and ultimately that win going to 999, but tied on points there with Osaka. It's just a great game. Everybody else a little bit of a lower shelf, a step below in terms of points.
11 kills coming out from Team 999 as well. I feel like Kalahari is probably their map for the taking. I'm curious to see whether or not they're able to do it again, though. Osaka, as we've mentioned, they were very, very deserving of their first booyah in the previous game, but very, very close to winning that one out as well. I gotta say, though, still disappointed with the side of Fuego and Pizarro. I'm not entirely sure what went wrong for them. Twiggy, maybe you can talk to me a little bit about, in your opinion, what went wrong for them in that game.
I mean, specifically for Fuego, I don't know what went wrong in terms of strategical planning. They were definitely a bit, over the top, a little bit too pushy, and kind of they drove into, I think it was Atomic or Virus Gaming that they, in the end, pushed into a bit too overzealously. But I think it might be this kind of thing coming in, you have that kind of thing of tilt, or maybe, just kind of getting, like Bizarre Esports getting in their heads, Osaka also, who I think are now tied on points with them at the top of the leaderboard there, really getting in their heads and making it difficult for them to really get into a game and push for kills in that. They just have not been playing the same as they've been playing before, and I think really Pizarro have kind of changed the meta of the grand finals in a way, in that it's got so aggressive now. Everything has got so aggressive, and Fuego so far in the grand finals have not been winning games on aggression. They've been winning on calculated positioning wins and not getting too many kills until the end game. So they can't do that anymore. If everybody's pushing in and getting kills all over the place, you're getting all your points stolen from you, and you can't do anything in the late game.
Mm-hmm. You make an incredibly good point, in the sense that Fuego have kind of had a bit of a comfortable journey thus far. Now that this new aggressive gameplay has come out for the side of Pizarro, I feel like everybody is kind of getting a little bit trigger happy in this sense. For the side of Fuego, though, Clover, if you're kind of coaching them through this, what do they need to do differently in order to be able to keep up with the pace of the gameplay?
I mean, we know that Fuego is a very confident team that can push. We've seen it happen throughout the weekend, right? They've got 3 booyahs already from day 1 and 2. The issue, I think, is that Swiggy said, right? They've kind of slowed down their game. They've really focused too much on placement and that methodicalness of it. You've just got to start going, all right, where can we get kills? Where can we rotate? Maybe is there a team that we feel confident we could always win out a fight against? Should we try and pick a fight with them early on, take a positioning that will advance us towards other teams? We can get fights and get those kills, because that's exactly what Pisada is doing right now. Fuego has the capability of pulling that off, but it is very different than the meta they've been playing thus far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as we just take a look at the head-to-head of these two teams, Fuego and Osaka, still gotta say, Osaka, incredibly impressed with them. Heading into the grand finals, did you have high expectations for the side of Osaka, Twiggy?
I mean, we didn't really see much of them in day 1. That's the thing. They started off incredibly slowly. They, it's not like they've had bad days. They've got 60 points, 63 points. That's not low scoring at all. But it's kind of middling. They never really pushed too far for those top positions. They were just getting kills, getting to the ends of games. As I said, before we even started today, they're just good at kind of getting into the top 5 and making sure that they're at least getting some points out of a game. They hadn't really been pushing for wins or anything like this up until now. This is their first booyah. I mean, it's completely different from them. They've turned up to 11, and it's exactly what they needed at this stage in the tournament. They're now at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I think just taking a look at the amount of average damage dealt, I believe in yesterday's games, Jeremy was putting in an absolute shift for his team. But it's amazing to see the fact that, the amount of damage that has been dealt now, it's basically shared out amongst their team. So it's nice to see that everybody is kind of pulling their own weight in that sense. I'm sensing another Osaka win today. I'm not sure if you guys agree or not. I think the potential is certainly there for it. But you can see Osaka and Fuego both tied up on the amount of points that they have. 88 kills for Osaka. Definitely very impressive stuff. But It looks like Team 999, if they want my prediction to ring true, they're going to have to put in a shift and make it happen. Because if Pizarro are able to get that top spot, followed by Fuego and then Team 999, I don't want to say I might be able to see the future, folks, but I might be able to see the future.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was gonna say, I mean, you've got USA 1A and Atomic that are all a point separated from each other, 141 and 140, and they're just 15 points behind Team 999. So even looking at those teams, knowing what they're able to accomplish on Purgatory, we've got 2 games of Purgatory yet to be played. The opportunity here for more shifting and more upsets is still quite large because, again, I mean, Pisad has a very low scoring, low kill game. And if that happens a second time, if Fuego has another low kill game, any one of these teams could really start to change things up on the leaderboard in these last 3 matches.
I think just by judging the amount of very, very low kills, I think it was 1 kill in the end that they've managed to pull out of that one. That's surely going to rattle them a little bit. Twiggy, heading into this next game, do you think that they're going to go back to their super, super aggressive strategy after seeing how much it's affected the points?
Yeah, I think actually that is probably what they're going to do. I think the thing is, right, this is the first time today that they've landed in a spot that we expected them to. This is the first time they landed in the spot that they did the 2 days prior. Every other time, well, I mean, on the Bermuda games, they were dropping right on top of DNE spots. They were dropping where they thought they could open up the game with some good momentum and then keep that moving into the later stages of the game. I think they do see now that that didn't work for them. They need to just go back to winning ways and just push a team. It doesn't matter which team it is. Just land on top of a team that you think you're going to win against, like ONU, DNE Sports. It doesn't matter. Try and get those points to start off the game, and that seems to be what your playstyle supports.
And Clover, do you think the reason why DN didn't land in the place that we had kind of expected them to was out of fear of going up against Pisar?
I think so, but I think they also weren't expecting the fact that La ONU is also randomly dropping another team. So to have 3 teams plus 2 extra people shooting from either side, I don't think anyone was expecting that.
Well, I'm certainly excited to see how this is going to pan out this time around. Team 999, I need to see something amazing coming out of you. Take it away, guys.
I just don't know, Poro. This is too insane. Like, what are we doing? Like, Osaka out of nowhere, off the top rope, RKO nobody ever saw coming out, and now Fuego, Bizarre back, I don't even know. Poro, where do you want to start talking about any of this?
Hey, well, look, you say nobody saw him coming. You saw him coming. You've been talking about Osaka for the last couple of days right now, and they've been putting up consistent points, as you said, 60 plus in both of the first days of play, and now they're having their pop-off day at the perfect time. And you gotta wonder if Fuego's maybe a little bit rattled. Like we said, coming into today, playing from that top spot is so difficult. You've got that big target on your back, and you've got to know how to respond. Now, I will say that the way they've been playing so far today looks like they've been doing okay. All right, it's just the fact that Osaka has had such great games. Pizad has been doing what they've been doing. So I don't want to. No nerves here, no nervousness, no worries for Fuego just yet. But it's real close at the top of that leaderboard, Matt.
I mean, and everything all considered, Fuego had to run across the entirety of the map to make it over there. Osaka and Pisar kind of, let's be honest, very much closer to the in-game spot, but that also meant the fact that they were having to contest against each other quite regularly. Hey, now it's the fight of destiny, Poro. No interloopers, nobody else is coming in. It's just ONU versus DN.
Straight up 4v4, and they'll immediately find Prince. Man, Prince, it hurts.
Never lucky.
Prince, it hurts for Prince too, man, because he is such a good player. And now Mio's gone down. Mario gonna fight Patojo. We'll at least trade that one down. And tries to push out, close out the point. Bad boy, nice cover from Santi there. And they cover Mario. Oh, look at Venva. Actually got busted by the mine. As Launa kind of turning this one around a little bit. Let's go.
ONU is winning this right now. They know exactly where he is. They just have to look down. He's got just that cover using the grades to run away. And Smidge like spins it back around. What? Venva not going down without a fight. I love everything that's happening right now.
Mario went to go and get the revive. Why? No. Go support your teammate. You know there's only one left.
And Fuego
no.
Fuego's already to the west. This is tragedy has struck, as now it is a race to find out where you can res the safest. With these guys separating, they're going the same path though.
So many question marks about that one, but we'll see if they can at least get Venva. I mean, they've got him pinned down. They know where he is. Mario, wait for your buddy to get there. No reason to take this 1v1. Venva looking over in that direction, still using the walls. Nicely played around. Mario. Okay, there you go. That was well done, Launu. There you go.
See, that's why you got to take down Prince first. See, that's been the problem. Onu loses Prince early, and he's fragging out for him. Then the Mario. I mean, he's had some really good plays. USA looks like they're trying to get some vengeance back in this direction. It's going to be them versus 1A. This is a peculiar spot, as this is over in Maze, which is where we usually see Fuego kind of hanging out at. I'm curious to see, is USA making this push because they think Fuego could be here? Or do they know when it is here?
I think they, I mean, regardless of who, I think they know that there's probably somebody there. No, meanwhile, C7 and Virus fighting over Refinery. We said last game, Refinery conspicuously empty. And this time around, C7 and Virus both go there, but Virus going to win the fight there. Letra will just have to escape, but it looks like he spotted out Atomic just off of the distance. We'll have to hide down for a little bit.
Oh, and now the stealth game begins, as good old Vela is the close range king on this one. It looks like Laroon has been spotted out, but that's kind of a hard angle to hit. I mean, you don't get really a good line of vision around that.
Yeah, I think he got screwed by his own time turner there a little bit for the first couple of shots.
1A has all of the movement in this. USA is so compacted. Just any form of utility, one nade could just demolish USA. USA instead spins it back around. Joshper pushes into Junior's position. I love this, a bait and switch. Show the aggression on the opposite side, but now getting exchanged. You can see Joshper does get the flash out of it, but it's everywhere. 9D now running it back behind this. They were perfectly timed inside of everything that's going on. USA Esports already down. 1A, Vela trying to come up for this win, but it's still going to be holding this angle as everybody from 9D is coming around into it. Can he hold up? No, he's going to go down to Johan.
Oh, Nadi coming in at the perfect time, and look at 1A. They're just trying to escape now. The last two players up are going to try to dip on out. Ghost and Laroon. Yeah, I would definitely leave too if it was these two, as Ghost, like we said, Ghost has been doing pretty good, but it is the Vela show 100% there for 1A. If they can escape and get those guys back up, they have a late game to look forward to. Fuego, meanwhile, looks like they've lost Calvin, as Prince has been spotted out. Although Prince maybe was the one that did the spotting out.
Milo is way closer to this position. Well, actually, is way closer to the south where 1A is at. Fuego is running south. From the north. Yeah. So, but he's going to bump into 1A. So Ono is in some trouble. They've got Fuego on one side holding back Prince. And then now we've got Osaka and Atomic fighting. Atomic from the high ground. It's just everywhere. Poor wheels have come off in this game.
I mean, everybody realizing that if they're going to make a move, this is the time to do it. We're halfway through the final day, and there are some teams that had a little bit of a slow start. If they want to try to make a run, a late day run for the Grand Finals championship for that spot in the Free Fire World Series, this is the time. There is no more waiting around here, as Atomic will lose one. Oh no, they can't even get the revive.
It's gonna be a.
They've got a revive spot.
Okay. This is gonna be nuts. If you take a fight and you start getting hit, and it looks like you show it like you have a knock or something like that, teams are just going to pounce. There are teams around the outside of this just kind of stalking. I do want to point out, Into from Fuego. Look at him. He's next to 9D, way down to the south, separated away from the rest of his team. So that could spell a big problem for him and Fuego, all considered. As I guess they were going for more of a safety play for the circle.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but Into playing his life right now, just kind of keeping an eye on 9D, not wanting to give him a free kill here. Fuego, for their part, they're just content hanging out on the north side. They're right next to a revived spot in case Into does go down. But it 90 has spotted him. Yep, there you go. Yeah. Actually, it might be better for him to die quicker here, so that Fuego can hit that revive spot before they have to move into this next zone.
Yeah, I mean, they're right there at it, already moving into it. Let them go down. They should be able to stop and pick that up very quickly. It's not even going to be in the safe zone, so as they're making their path. We do have 1A and ONU that are still kind of chasing each other around Foundation, but I think that Fuego might have seen some of what's going on there. Danger Zone is going to make a problem for 9D to approach directly into the zone itself, so they are going to have to wrap to the north. That could put them in a territory where they could be bumping into Ghost and 1A. ONU, right now,
6 kills,
are
La ONU.
kill leaders.
Let's go. You'll love to see it.
Oh,
love to
Ghost.
see it. Ghost?
Milo, let's go.
Damn. All right, Milo. We see you. La ONU with a 7-piece.
Got 3 kill. I got 3 members back up and going. VG still holding down Refinery, which is the key point of all the things that are going to be looking at from here on out because of the high ground and how it looks through everything around it. Atomic is got a lot of neighbors in the low ground, as it is going to be Osaka and C7. 999 is going to be coming in back behind C7, and Pisar has got control over the north all by them lonesome. Into did get rezzed and is with the rest of the members of Fuego, as ONU is holding down the position very south of them. So really, it's just about how we're going to see this crunch into the northwest more than likely, as that's going to be the center point in a lot of our team movement.
Yeah, all the interest as far as leaderboard is concerned going on that north side. You've got Izad in Fuego, who is back up to 4 strong. They did get that revive into, and Club or Team 999 just off to the east. Now Osaka, remember we saw them kind of hanging around on that north side last time. They've pushed forward and pushed down into the compound just at the foot of Refinery this time around. So they've had the hard cover, but as you said, really surrounded here. C7, Atomic, Virus all around them as well. And now you've got Club 9D and La ONU that are trying to make that long wrap into the south side.
I worry about that because the south is already pretty congested. If you do manage to make it to command post, which is very far away, you might be okay. Wait, is Santi coming back in?
Yeah, he is. La
Oh,
ONU
no, it's back to 4.
Baby.
Let's go. Is it the dream? Is it the dream, Poro? Is it happening?
I mean, it depends on what the dream is, Matt.
Just points at this stage. Moral victories is all it takes.
If the dream is the moral victory, then by God, that thing is hitting real hard right now.
I love how everybody on the analyst desk and they're all trying to do math. Like, can ONU potentially do something and make a run here? It's like 56 points per game for the next 3 games. It can happen. I see it again. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're not seeing the copium following immediately after that. But okay, Virus.
Just gotta kill everybody in the lobby 3 times in a row. It's fine. Do it.
Yeah.
ONU,
They
let's
got
go.
this. They got this. It's really funny to me how packed the south side of this circle is, and meanwhile our two of our front runners are at the very top of this new zone in the north side with nobody else around them. Let's see where this next circle's. Of course. Why wouldn't it land right on top of Pizarro and right on top of Bayfront? The south side about to get violent.
Is Fuego going into Pizarro's position? It looks like they are jumping right on top of it. That's where Scott is headed. Follow-up's going to be coming. Calvin right back behind him. Pizarro looking in. Doesn't have good firing lines, so Fuego's going to get away with a very aggressive jump into this position. Domi now finally repositioning around it, but you can see Pizarro seems fairly content in letting this happen. They don't have any way to really stop it. And what an exchange between them?
The trade coming through where I start things off. Calvin is down. Ideal down. I'm not sure if Calvin's immediately resable or not. It looks like he's not. It looks like Pizarro kind of repositioned to go for the res onto a deal. Calvin might still be on the roof right now, in which case he's slowly going down. Yeah, he's gone. So now Fuego down to 3, down to 2, as Domadios is going to find Compares.
Into is so far away, he really can't provide any support into Scott right now. Pizarro knows. They know. They saw exactly where everybody landed. Scott realizes the fact that they know the positioning and has to retreat away from it. He's going to be making his way to the south as quick as possible, but Pizarro already knows where he's going to be making the move to. Into might be able to provide some support and maybe stop Pizarro, but this is the problem. Fuego's now weakened, and they're out in the open. Teams are going to be coming in. We still have so many people alive. They've got to get away from this, and they know it. If they don't get away fast enough, it could honestly be ONU that spots them out and takes them out.
That's a nice double wall to prevent That grenade coming through, but Scott is on the run. But Domadia's going to go down to Prince. Oh,
What is
Fuego getting a
happening?
little support there from La Onu. And that's actually going to push Pizarro back. So they do take care of Scott. So Into still alive for Fuego. But La Onu has made their arrival on the west side of the circle. While VG looks like they're down to 2 here as they're trying to find a way to escape this refinery position.
New party breaking out right now as C7 is over here. Osaka
Oh,
coming in
no.
as well. Oh, Onu making the push in, taking destiny into their hands. They're like, we don't care where you're on the leaderboard. We're just here to fight. We're about to take everybody around us down. And now Pisar, in a strong position, are also going to have to contest against Onu. But Kamatron is coming in back behind Onu. We'll have to see how they opt into stopping. Circle does pop, and it has a smidgen of Pisar's position in play.
Right in the dead center. Now Pizarro does have that ridge line that we saw Scott try to run up. That's just off to their south that they can play, but La Onu is kind of a problem right now. As you see, they will find the knock. Actually, it's going to be Imaduro, or no, wait, that was Pizarro that got that knock. So good shooting yet again from Adil from range. Santi down to next to no HP. But what happened? La Onu, the switch just flipped, man. They are no longer an easy out.
They are powered by rage, and they've had 2 days to build said rage. The problem with it is Pisar can't make a clean push into this because they know that there's a Fuego member. They're finally just saying, screw it. We've got to make something happening. Pushing in, they've got 3 lined up, coming around. Their Prince goes down. This is tried and true for Onu. If they can get it back up, maybe they can figure out some way to make this work out. Mario holding it down. When you see how Adil is going to be pushing into this one. Milo goes down. Onu still trying to hold it together, but it's a strong Pisar that's coming down. Santi is down. Mario running for his life right now, and maybe Into could be a
Clean.
distraction, but no. Intu's just going to go take Pisar's old spot.
So clean from Pizarro. And that is Mario will escape, and that's great. But again, 8 kills for La Onu, but Pizarro has that high ground, has that north side. And if this next circle breaks away from the city, they are in a perfect position to get a bunch of points here, maybe even the Booyah.
Here's my thing, though. Osaka is still alive, and they've been in the thick of all of this fighting.
And 999.
How many kills have Osaka managed to pick up into this? Because what we've been seeing go on is Fuego and Pisar are kind of fighting each other, and I think Pisar might be spotting out the last member of Fuego. I think they spotted out. Yep.
There he is.
Into is gone. So now Osaka are very, very stacked enemies around them at the stages. They still have a member of Atomic that's around them. They still have VG that's in this position, and it's just a scattered set of people as the circle shifts and goes Pisar's way. What?
That was what we were looking for. Would the circle shift away from the compounds? And it does. Pizarro in a beautiful position for this end game. Now 999 still 4 strong here, but they have a lot of work ahead of them. See if they can collect a few of these points. There's only a few solos trying to make their way through here now, Matt.
999.
4 solos.
Yeah, 999 has a mass problem in solos. And most notably, Mario is still alive over there next to him. They are inadvertently fighting a squad that is coming at them with no coordination while going to have to move into a 4-man squad afterwards. Because you know everybody that's inside this urban area is going to be moving into 999's sight line. That's just what you got to do. That wall over there is in cover. And oh, Mr. T spots out one of them, so that makes it a little bit easier.
Gets one. How mad would you be if you die in this point of the game and you find out you're in 6th? Like that's just that's super annoying. All right, Mario looks like he's been spotted out. Doc's gonna be trading the shotgun blast. Mario just holding his time turner, holding the glue wall until the last second here. Doc's just gonna go ahead and pull away from it altogether. See if he can just make it to the late game as he runs right in the middle
That's
of
not the way to do it.
Oh no.
Okay. It's settled down. Everything's calmed in position. We've got a 3v4 with Pisar having positionals. You can see now it's going to be about 999 making the push in for it. Adil moving forward, spots up, and goes down. Rasta spins back into this one. 999 having the full momentum inside this fight now. Domadios looking in, trying to hold the line. Westby does find the angle for it. Domadios gets a tap in,
2v2.
and they are starting to right the ship. 9 kills popping off right now for Pizarro. How are they going to try to move around this 999s? Mr. T trying to find the angle to open up the game for them. Steps in, does spot out. Now in a 1v2. Domadios on the other side, taking some damage, goes down, and yes, it is going to be 999 that picks it up.
Well, the desk was asking, and 999 delivers in a very, very disadvantageous position, you gotta say, going into that last game. I mean, you feel like Pizzada had the better spot, but Domi going down early kind of ruined everything. And the quickness with which 999 pushed out, used those glue walls to their advantage, and just immediately Rasta was right in their face with that shotgun. Rasta at close range is an absolute monster.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you guys. There's tons of stuff in that game I want to talk about, but today has been burning my voice out. I need to go get some water. So analysts, you break down everything, because there is so much to talk about in that one.
Big fish, little fish, cardboard box. Oh, sorry. Oh, don't mind me. That was like my victory dance, because my predictions might actually come true now. So 999, yet another victory. I'm here for it. Clover, I'm seeing you with the What's up? What happened to Team USA?
You know, that's a really good question. I'm going to ask them myself, because I don't know what's going on with them. This is really, really hard to see. And also, what's going on with Fuego? My predictions are sinking. Y'all's are climbing.
Oh, yeah.
Swiggity swag. Twiggy, talk me through this game. What do you think worked out particularly well, especially for the side of Team 999? I believe Pissar walked away with a bunch of kills in that game.
Yeah, Pizzar kind of did all the work for Team 999, and then Team 999 kind of swept in and took it away. They, I think, prior to that last fight, only had 1 kill on the board, so they're not going to walk away with a bunch of points, but it's definitely going to be enough to rise themselves up the leaderboard a little more. They might even be in the top 3 now, we'll see. But Pizzar are going to be the big winners from that one. I think that leapfrogs them quite handily into first place in the tournament now. I mean, this is becoming insanely close now between them and Osaka. And I mean, Fuego has dropped down by quite a bit, but it's still, they're tight up there as well. It's going to be so interesting. These last 2 maps are just going to be insanely tight.
Let's give credit real quick, though, to La ONU, right? That
Oh,
fight won out. They had more than 8 kills last I looked. This was great. It's what we expected from them the whole tournament. It's why we were really heartbroken to see them just struggling. And all that said, though, I mean, Fuego, this looked like this was a good move for them, but you can see Into off in the distance. Into has been playing these off angles, scouting out, maybe even being used as kind of a backup resource. I think the problem right now with Fuego is that by leaving Into behind, they're already admitting somewhere in the back of their mind that they might not come out of these fights, and that is starting to come to fruition. So you guys have got to fight as a 4-man squad.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, you look at La ONU, a team right at the other end of the leaderboard, right? And La ONU have consistently done quite the opposite in fights. You know, they are gambling that they're going to win the fight by sending all 4 players in completely. And, you know, you do have to balance that revive mechanic. And they always send everybody in and try and disengage 1 player towards the end of the fight if it looks like they're going to lose it, which the majority of the time has been the case. But they not unsuccessfully do it most of the time. They generally do get 1 player out. Sometimes they do get hunted down. I mean, we've seen that a lot of times from teams like 1A and everything like that. But in the end, you know, that's a completely different mindset going into a fight. And you can see, I think, Fuego losing that kind of confidence that they had earlier in the tournament, because they are leaving Into out of every single fight, just sending in 3 players and guaranteeing that they can try and get that res back up, which, may I point out, later game, there was no revive station in that in that last zone. There was no reason to leave a player behind.
And I know at one point we had kind of mentioned the fact that Pizarro started actually playing a little bit like Fuego. They started to play a little bit more passive, but I think once we actually did start to mention, you know what, even though Osaka are in first place, I think they're going to start full sending it and realize that, okay, you know what, we need to play for placement points as much as we do for kill points as well. And they did exactly that. I mean, tying up on the amount of points they have with Team 999 here, it was amazing stuff to come out from them. But I think for the side of La ONU, Am I correct in saying that that's the highest they've placed throughout the tournament so far?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's just
Sorry, Laonu.
unfortunate. It's unfortunate that it had to happen on the very last day. You know what? I feel like had they had a little bit more warm-up time potentially in the initial days, maybe kind of given them a bit of a breather when it came to the initial days of the tournament, maybe they would have been able to pull off something truly amazing. But I gotta say, I'm still absolutely impressed with their resilience and the fact that they're still giving it their all throughout this tournament. It's definitely enlightening to see. And as we take a look at the most amount of kills, you can see Domi Dios once again. Incredible performance from him throughout. And I like the fact that we've got a spread of players from all these different teams this time around. We've been so used to seeing a 1 or 2 players from a particular team, but I think this might be the first or second time that we're seeing an equal spread amongst all of these players.
Yeah, I mean, Kalahari is one of those kind of maps, isn't it, that everybody gets involved a lot of the time, and you do get a nice spread of kills among the teams that are playing, and I mean, completely accentuated by the fact we have a Launu player on the top 5 kills in a game for the first time in the tournament. That's absolutely brilliant, and you know, it's completely just great play from everybody that involved. It is the way Kalahari is generally, you know, depending on where the zone is really going to give some teams a massive advantage going into fights, and some teams a really, really tough time in getting into next zones without pushing through several teams and most likely getting killed on the way there. And I mean, you can see the way it comes through in the kill feed. I think really this is all going to come down to Purgatory. You can see how close it is at the top of the leaderboard. Fuego only 5 points off the lead now. Pizarro have leapfrogged themselves into the top, and even below that, Team 999 is only about 25 points away from the top, or 15 even. Atomic not too far behind either. I mean, Purgatory is a completely different map now. Everybody's going to have to reset their mindset.
All I'm saying is we better get a water circle. Give the girl what she's been asking for. I don't know how many times I have to ask for it, but no offense to Osaka, as much as I have absolutely loved watching their gameplay so far. If they do kind of slack on their performance a little bit towards the end of this tournament, Team 999 might be able to just swoop on in and give me a clean sweep on my predictions. Do you guys remember what you had for like 5th place, 5th and 6th?
No. I think we all kind of tiered it, right? We thought who was going to do near the very top, make the run for the grand finals, who was going to middle, and who was going to be near the bottom. And unfortunately, a lot of us actually got most of the middle and bottom quite wrong.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Osaka was somewhere near the kind of top 6 for me, but I definitely didn't have them in the top 3, and I think closest to that were USA and Club 9D. Those were the teams that I really thought were going to be taking up the top of the middle of the field, and that really just hasn't happened.
You know what? I think the only correct thing to do is for us to take a breather, go and take a look at our predictions and see how correct we actually managed to get them during this break. For you folks at home, in order to get the second part of our code to go ahead and redeem all things Free Fire with a weapon loot crate, do not go anywhere, because after this break, we will be revealing part 2 for you.
Season 2 of the Free Fire Pro Series for North America is now well underway, with our 24 group stage teams fighting to make it into the grand finals. And with a prize pool to the tune of $50,000, the battle is reaching a fever pitch. Could the stakes get any higher? Why, yes, they could, with our grand finalist winners earning themselves a spot in the Free Fire World Series. For the first time in professional Free Fire, North America will be granted a slot into the play-ins of the Free Fire World Series taking place in Sentosa, Singapore in May. The Free Fire Pro Series will crown not just the Season 2 champion, but the first North American representative for the World Series as well. What should our home team expect from their first step into international play? Let's find out. The Free Fire World Series is the culmination of all professional Free Fire circuits, spanning 13 regions around the world. It is the biggest stage of Free Fire esports, where the cream of the crop fight to prove not only that they're the best in the world as a team, but as their home region. As an offline in-person tournament, all competitors will play live on stage alongside their teammates and their opponents. Starting on May 14th, our Free Fire Pro Series champions will join 11 other squads for the play-in stage of the tournament. The North American representative will face off against the first seeds from Taiwan and Pakistan, as well as the second seeds from Brazil, the CIS, Indonesia, India, Latin America, MCP, MENA, Vietnam, and the current reigning champion region of Thailand. The play-in teams will battle it out across Bermuda, Kalahari and Purgatory to rack up as many points as possible with both final placements and kills. But only the top 2 teams will qualify for the World Series Finals, joining the 10 teams seeded directly from their region. With last year's World Series prizes amounting to a massive $2 million, we can expect another colossal prize pool for 2022, with teams taking home a cut just for making it to the tournament. The 2021 World Series champions Evo's Phoenix from Thailand took home the lion's share of $500,000. On their way to the crown, they claimed 4 booyahs of the 6 games played in the finals, with 48 kills and 113 points.
But the Free Fire World Series is so much more than just a competition for a cash prize. It's an international spectacle celebrating Free Fire players from around the world, from the casual player to the full-time competitor. And with so much content, music, and highlights, it'll be a joy to cheer on our North American representatives at the Free Fire World Series.
The Free Fire World Series play-ins begin on May 14th, with grand finals taking place a week later on May 21st. There'll be a multitude of broadcasts covering all the action in several different languages. But before all that, we need to crown our North American champions to represent the region in Sentosa. So tune in on YouTube and Twitch live to see who will be winning the North American Free Fire Pro Series for us to cheer on the world stage.
Oh no, how am I getting down?
We are back. I love it.
We've just got so much energy because this has been such a crazy day,
Great
guys.
start.
Like,
Yeah,
we're
that
hyped.
is exactly it. I feel like everybody has given us a whirlwind of an adventure, and I think the only way to celebrate that is by having somewhat of a boogie over here. What can I say? We like to have fun with it. Right before the break, I promised you guys a second part of the giveaway code. I have been checking out the chat over on YouTube as well. I see everybody's support. I see you all cheering on Pisar Esports, which is amazing. And I also see you asking for codes as well. So this is part number 2 of the code. If you missed out part number 1 of the code, don't worry, because at the end of the show, we will be revealing the full thing. So make sure you write this down. Don't forget to tune in at the very end of the show as well. Guys, it's been an explosive journey, to say the least. So far, I gotta say, people in the chat are going absolutely crazy, showing their support for Pisar. Yes, I'm seeing all of the hearts you're spamming in the chat. They're also cheering on with, you know, the like sweating emoji. I'm like, damn, things are getting hot in here. Okay, there's a lot of flames coming into effect as well. So okay, Clover, I'm gonna start with you. Who is your favorite team so far?
I mean, so far right now, ooh, all right. I've got to give a little bit of love to 999, right? They've been giving
Yeah.
these crazy endings. I absolutely love watching Mr. T work. Every time it comes close, even when they don't get that booyah, they make such a show of it, and so it's been really fun to see. Yesterday, they had 3 booyahs. They've gotten 2 in a row. Are we bound to see another three-peat again? Is it gonna happen?
I would love to see it, but if they're dropping towards Marble Works, though, it seems like it's going to be a little bit of an easy fight for them, especially if they come across the side of Laonu, who haven't necessarily been doing the greatest. What do you think, Twiggy? Do you think 999 can do it?
I think they definitely have the capability with them. We saw how good they were yesterday. We saw how good they've been over the whole tournament. They've just been having an off day, it seems like. Obviously, they've had a tough time taking out Pizarre today, who have really come back into their own. And they've had a difficult start. I think they can come back. This is one of their maps that they're more comfortable on. It's very possible, as long as they win that first fight, and they do usually land next to teams that have had a tough time of it, both over the tournament and today in DN and Laonu. So winning that first 2 fights is going to set up the game nicely for them.
And in yesterday's games, over on Purgatory, we actually saw, I believe it was Virus taking a victory, as well as Fuego. Taking a look at the Fuego performances that we've seen today, Clover, do you think it is viable that they might finally pick up their first game of the day?
I would hope so. I mean, a map change is absolutely the best thing to do to get out of a mental funk. And I will say exactly that. I think that the way that PSAT is playing, the way that the other teams have all kind of adjusted their meta and the chaos, it has kind of gotten into their heads, right? Into is constantly in these really weird positions. Scott, Calvin, oftentimes in these really pinched, awkward places that are difficult to get out of. Absolutely, I think the potential is there for Fuego to make a comeback, but traditionally, you're right, Virus Gaming, this is such a great map for them. They've had a win on each day so far.
And given Virus Gaming's performance today in particular, do you think it's doable for them to make this somewhat of a comeback for us, Twiggy?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're not really going to rise, magically up the leaderboard into first place, let's be honest here, but they can definitely make up a few spots. They can definitely get themselves some more of that prize money. It's not too far away from them. 1A Esports only 20 points ahead. We saw Pizarre make up a 30-point flip in the first 2 games of today, so why couldn't Virus Gaming do the same on the map that they're most comfortable on? They've got 2 booyahs on this map, the only 2 booyahs they've got in the tournament, so why couldn't they do that? I mean, they could get themselves into the top 6.
Well, I would love to say that chat is in agreement with us, but all I'm seeing out of the corner of my eye is the spam continue for Pizarre Esports. So everybody keep on spamming away, and remember to follow FFPS on all social medias. We've got Twitter page, we've got Instagram as well, and make sure you're letting us know which of the teams it is that you're going to be cheering for. I know I, for one, am cheering on 999 all the way. I want them to hold this spot. Castles, the real question is, which team are you rooting for?
Ooh.
Come with me. Let me introduce you to 2 teams. One Pizarre, because everybody should know about them, and the second one, Osaka. Osaka is doing so good, and I love it. I was just talking about with Poro. I just love saying the name Osaka.
Osaka. It is fun. I'm rooting for Fuego, man. I think they've been so good this tournament, and Scott and Calvin are just nuts. Compadres has been having a hell of a tournament here himself. And Into has been a really nice roundabout to the entire roster. And it's been tough, man. Playing the last day in first place is tough. They find themselves dropping down a 3rd, but with 2 maps to go, man, anything is possible. I think Fuego can make that jump once again.
And this map of all maps, because this map has been dirty. It has been doing our players dirty time and time again. Whenever we look at those 2 smaller islands, the circle just seems to love to gravitate down to the south and down to the west, to where we just have that canal, river, whatever you want to call it, running through the middle of everything.
And you add on to the fact, I mean, if we're looking from statistically from the last couple of days, this has been 999's map, man. They have been putting up a ton of kills on this map, and C7 has actually been finding a lot of good placement. So you obviously, we're looking for the top spot, right? That's the main story, but keep in mind there's payouts all the way down, and changing a couple of positions here or there could be the difference of a couple $1,000s in your pocket.
I mean, there is so much on the line in these last two games, and this is where champions are born. You've got to really test your mettle now. This is where you've got to step up and prove that you are the best of the best, because you want to carve your own path to make it into the Free Fire World Series, because there is only one spot. Only first gets go there. Then they also get the lion's share of the money as well. Can you handle it? Because this is so close still.
All right. Purgatory is going to be what separates everybody out here and determines who our representative will be for the North American region. And right off the bat, Launu gonna jump right into the faces of Atomic, but Atomic is more than ready. You can see Launu in the building right now. Nobody's stretching out, and Atomic, they're just waiting.
I mean, at this point, Onu is just messing with people. They know this is just tried and true. This is where Atomic always goes. Like, nobody else hangs around here. But I do want to point out that I think that USA is aware that there's something weird going on here, because they ran a 2-1-1 across from this one. Dax, opens that one up. Milo cannot do a thing. Prince, very separated around. Might be big as the res does come up. If he's got this nice angle to show from, Mario's trying to hold up for his team. Can we maybe see something come out from Prince? Mario does get the down onto one, but Flo gets the knock on a Prince, and now we're moving close range, low economy. Uzi's coming out. Everybody's spraying with what they've got. Now just Dax. Is Onu gonna do it again?
Oh, they've got some close. It's not over yet. There's still one up for Launu, but they do go down. But boy, they gave Atomic all they could handle there. It came down to just Dax for a second. They will get the revives back off, but oof, it's a close one. And oh, well, wouldn't you
Guess
know
what,
it?
Atomic? Now you get new friends. Oh, Shiesty USA just coming in.
Oh, easy
Apparently
for
there's
Excel.
oil on that island because USA wants it pretty bad.
Oh, God. Okay. Well, I mean, look, hey, if there's a team that could use some points in their pocket right now, it's going to be USA. I'm trying to look and see where they're at on the leaderboard overall. I mean, they're where are they sitting right now? Okay, they're in 7th place. So if they can find a way to hop up, and they could pass 1A, they could pass Atomic. Everything real tight in that center part of the leaderboard as well. So a lot of money still left to be determined in the middle.
Also, the analyst desk has got to be feeling pretty good. Lots of talk about 999 and hoping success for them, given the fact that this is a strong act for them. But guess what? Circle went all the way over to their island, and they are alone on it, getting all of Marble Works to themselves, while all of this other stuff is going off. And every single time we see like kills happening, that's just more and more chance that we are going to see 999 take this.
Fuego. Looks like they maybe spot out 1A. Took a few shots, but I don't think they're really hard committing to this fight. They would love to be able to make it across that bridge and make it over to the next island without having to really take the risk of losing anybody here. But those are points, man. Fuego has to be hungry. They have to be looking for points. Otherwise, you got to worry about what's going to be left for them.
They're still playing the let's play. Like, I like the fact that they're leaning into their strategy of let's just get into position. Let's make it into the circle. Let's make it into the later stages of the game.
Goodbye, car.
This could be a big play, but with the car now going out, 1A knows that they have the numbers advantage. Campadas already down. And now this is a problem. Into very close. Got a double up in front of him. Tries to put in some work. Does manage to get one of them down. He goes down in it. 1A still holding the strong stack in it. And Scott now looking like he's going to be heading for the hills.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked like Fuego was never wanting to take that fight in the first place. And and as a result, like 1A just, I mean, that was a beautiful response from 1A. Upon hearing that vehicle, they immediately pushed the 2-2 split. What is going on here? Virus Gaming gonna run right in to 999, and they'll find Tail, and all of a sudden 999's island position looking a little bit precarious.
I don't think that they were expecting any of that. They're separated out everywhere. I mean, they're what, like several hundred meters apart, at least 100 meters apart a piece. Now DN's making their cross. They should be able to get like some type of foothold in here. Rasta is going to instantly res, so I guess that's okay. But VG's not done yet. They're still looking around, and they remember how 999 played this, and now they're looking around for it. They realize what's happening. Are they going to be able to spot out? Runs by him, does spin it back around in the information, but it's going to be Rasta that gets the down. Are we going to see BG follow it up? Does go for the spray in, but it grows zero, taking a lot. Finally does get him down.
Oh, we were telling you, man, Rasta at close range is absolutely disgusting, but DN in a beautiful position here. They get the first knock. The glue walls are starting to fall, and that is going to be it for 2 members of Virus Gaming.
What is going on? All of a sudden, Marbleworks is just covered with people, and there is nothing that can be happened. We do see Fuego did get a res back onto their teammates, so they are in the south around golf course. Have to see how that plays through. We've also got 9D that's just, I guess, driving around. They do have PSR that's very close to them, but this is a way closer fight, as I think that we see 9D that's coming in vehicles to try to support this.
Oh, a deal. Oh, no, he tried to go for the low wrap, and Joan picked his pocket. And now 9D, they found 2, they found 3. Oh, no, Pizarre. Not like this. Domi, the last one up. He's going to try to hop in the vehicle and get out of there, but they're blowing the whole thing up. And now Pizarre is down.
The only thing that works about that is the fact that we've been seeing some casualties in the early game from the teams that they're trying to function around at the time. Osaka is wrapped very far to the north and is around where USA is. You can see that the south, it's getting more and more spicy. 1A is looking to see what's Atomic's got going on, as it's
Fuego.
Just everywhere right now, Poro.
Fuego is now pushed in to the quarry. They've got 999 tried to go down there to get their res, and Virus actually pulled back behind them, actually hit a res spot as well. So Virus has 3 back up, 999 back to full strength, but it is a sandwich going on there. And
1A.
Okay, Laroon. Talk your smack, homeboy.
Now, is Vela going to come up to Laroon and do that?
Laroon's doing great. Come on.
I'm just making jokes. Making jokes.
We just call them like we see them, all right? That's our job. We call them like we see them. Well, the circle did pop, and it is going to center up on that island. So if 999 can actually pull away from this fight with Fuego, but it looks like Tail might be in some trouble. Into might be in even more trouble as that grenade, ooh, just falls on the other side.
How's this going to go? Tell very close to this one. Steps should know. Oh, well timed in that one. Has to be careful. High ground though. Scott's got it. Good shots on this one. And 999, man, Mr. T, you got to get something together. Calvin's in the distance on this one, and this is everywhere. This is such a peculiar fight.
Revive.
Virus decided they didn't want to have anything to do. Has now gone very far to the north, but it's going to be 9D caught up against a 1A now.
999 keeps losing members, but they keep getting the revives off, so they're back up to 4 strong again. And Fuego, they're still down 1. I mean, I don't know if they can actually get into back up, but meanwhile, 9D now spotting out 1A from distance. Shakal going to be doing a lot of damage to glue walls, but that's about it.
This has to go quick. The wall is right back behind them. They've got to move. So counter moving around it, realizing how 1A's coming in, still using the hillside. Bella's leading the way, but he goes down. It's going to be Steve that spots it, and 1A now finding themselves in a vulnerable position as they're without cover. Quick push coming out from 9D around the outside of this one. Wall's going down on 1A side of it, but it's a quick push coming out from it. Ghost does connect into Johan, opening up a little bit more, but the circle is coming in and doing so much work. 9D getting up into the face of everything that's going on, but it's Junior on the other side that is navigating these walls so well, coming in to see if maybe he can save teammates, but 9D has got vision on him. He's trying to pop off, and he's finding it time and time again. Junior is holding up, and he manages to put up so much work. He takes them all down.
Oh, what a performance from Junior. Big players step up in big times, and there is no bigger time right now for 1A, as they needed to win a fight there. They need to collect points to try to make a late day run, as now DN and USA are fighting it out. The glue wall's down, time turner's down, Patojo, this could be a dirty flanking position.
Remember, this is a USA that had to get some raises off after everything that's been going on. Patojo now very surrounded in his position, trying to still use a little bit of a step up to find something. DN opening up more and more. A double up's been found, and now the push coming up. Patojo coming up big for his squad when needed. 6 kills for DN.
While all this was going on, Fuego and 999 fighting again, and Fuego down to just Compadres. So 999 cleans it up. They keep 4 alive. Campara's still alive, though, for Fuego to try to play as a solo into the late game. But all of our heavy hitters, Matt, all of the teams that were fighting for that top spot in the lobby are now either out or very, very low, except for 999.
Or Osaka. Osaka hasn't been in any of the fights yet. They're very far in the north, and they went for a more centered position. But the edge is exploding with firefights, and they haven't been in any of them yet.
I can't believe I missed Osaka. They've been so quiet early on, and there's been so much fighting going on here.
That's what they do, man.
Yeah, well, they're
so sneaky.
They're getting it done to great success, as well as we see 1A making their way out of that blue, or out of the zone from the south side here. They still have that high ground that they can work with. But looking at our new zone, most of there's not a lot there, Matt. This is a rough end zone here.
Yeah, there's some verticality in the south that I wouldn't be surprised if 1A is trying to use, but they're trapped inside of a tunnel right now. Ghost, I think, is up on top of the hillside. You can see how 9D is going to have to move into DN's positioning because they do have good vision off of that. C7 a little bit more comfortable in the east as they don't have too much. It's going to be going on around them. Just Flow, the solo coming in from them.
It's actually setting up really nice for Osaka, isn't it?
Yeah, well, depends on how this next circle goes. If it's a hard shift away from them, that's going to be a difficult area to traverse.
Not true. We'll see where it decides to go, but everybody on this south side right here, Osaka's just getting to avoid it for the most part. Now that being said, they're not getting kills, and that's points that they desperately need here as they're in the running. As DN will take out that vehicle, but Patojo going to get taken out by Tail. Nice shots coming out from the 999 sniper.
999 has to fight their way into this one, and they know it. They're trying to shift to the north. Osaka is using the reprieve and firefighting that's going on to the south to make their move, but you can see it's just jump from cover to cover right now because DN is just stuck here. They don't care. They realize the fact that there's a team behind them, and they want to make sure that they're gone. They want control over this area, so they haven't moved into the safe zone yet, but even while they are trying to make a move for it, they're just moving into a new gatekeeping position. So while this is 999's home territory, that doesn't matter. It's all about DN and holding this defensive wall.
999, as you said, they are pretty much dead to rights here. Tail has been spotted out, but Toho has been doing some big damage from range. Only 1 kill so far to his name, but 8 total for the squad. Rasta from the range. We talked about how dangerous he is up close. Apparently, you can put a sniper in that man's hands, and it's just as dangerous.
Oh,
Tail got the reses.
Oh, but they're jumping straight into the circle, and they're going to be landing right where 1A is positioned at, and they're going to be coming in with near on nothing. They're shifting back away from it. They have no idea what they're jumping into, and it's going to be a waiting 1A right now. They've got pistols and a prayer as they're going to be landing on top of this. Mr. T, you pulled some crazy plays before. What are you about to try to pull out now? 1A doesn't know. They don't know.
They're so keyed in on C7, they have no clue that Mr. T is snuck in right behind him, and he's actually going to loot up a weapon as well. Oh, he's so sneaky. Mr. T, no.
They know.
There's no way that they can get away with this. Maroon on top of him. Maroon go down. Mr. T stepping up for 999.
They are so confused. They're like, we cleared this. Where is it at? They're coming in. Does he have time to get weapons? No. Doesn't get time to reset. But that throws off 1A. These guys had the circle to work with. We also have Osaka getting caught into a fight with C7 trying to come down this hillside. And they have to make it down into that other area in front of them where C7 is positioned and run through it so that way they can try to survive. DN also making a very quick reposition into this one as it's just a run and gun the whole way here.
DN got all 4 back up now. Patojo and Bad Boy dropping down with pistols as they try to get this late game revive. The power of numbers. Can they find success with it? Osaka going to try to push into C7 and get the final kill here. They'll find 1. No, the trade coming through. Osaka and C7. Letra doing work behind the tree. Does go down though as Osaka cleaning up.
They are inside the safe zone, but 1A heard this. Moving down the hill. They have beautiful angles into this one, trying to defend it up, but DN, they are putting in work on Virus in the north. Flow is back on the other side of this, and now 1A just charging in. Osaka goes down. DN now starting to get control of the north, and it's the team. This is 2 teams. These guys have survived through all of this. 1A to the south, DN to the north, and somehow Atomic's Flow is still alive.
How is 1A getting away with this? This should not be allowed. They have 13 kills already. DN, the late game revives. Hewing huge right now. Flo, the last one up for Atomic. Going to be a little bit hard to kill as he has to finally make that move. He spots out Elian. Don't let him get the knock. Oh, he does.
Oh.
Good work from him, and he's going to get the flush as well. No support as Flo is just running through this with no HP.
He put in some work there. DN had to stop all of their movement. The circle has popped, gone in the favor of 1A. So now a weakened DN has to approach an absolutely on fire 1A, and they are lighting that up. Bad boy down, instantly flushed. There is nowhere for DN to go. They're just charging into bullets. They're going to get taken down, and there you go. Big performance coming up from 1A, and Poro, what is going on, man?
They were out of it. It honestly felt like they were out of it. They were down to 6th place. They had 145 points. All the top 3 were running away. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, in the most clutch time possible, 1A pulling off just an insane booyah here with a ton of kills to go along with it. This leaderboard's going to be nuts, man. I got to know. I got to know.
Astounded. The heart that these players are bringing right now, they're all saying, no, we still have so much more to give, and we know that there's still games, and they are going for everything. We still have one more game, guys. One more game to finally bring this all to a close. Stay tuned, but we're going to throw it to the analyst desk to give you a walkthrough of everything you need to be paying attention to, because there's a lot.
Damn, oh damn, 1A bringing the heat. I think we're all pretty mind blown at that finish right there, but I gotta kick things off by first and foremost saying Fuego's landing spot. I know, Clover, you had some thoughts of your own regarding this one. Talk to me a little bit.
You know, Fuego landed on the other side of the island and let 1A take that position. And now you kind of got to wonder, was that the right move, Fuego? You really needed a win, and 1A just took it. So definitely, there was a lot of shakeups from a lot of teams that match. You know, as Poro, Matt have also been saying, I mean, this is a final stretch, right? You've got to pull everything out of your pocket. You've got to look for those opportunities. We even saw it there at the very end of the Atomic, right? Finding that knock, not even worrying about finding a second knock, just making sure they secure that point, that kill. And we're seeing that from a lot of these teams now. They're making sure to flush their kills. They're making sure that they're getting every single point that's given to them, because, I mean, we have one game left, and then our grand champion is decided.
Honestly, just taking a look at this is absolutely mind-blowing to me. 9D having the potential to actually eliminate the side of Pizarro. What on earth was that, Twiggy?
I mean, everything's just happened so quickly to the start of that for Pizarro. They had no time to react to 9D's pushes whatsoever, and this is something that 9D did in the group stage, and we just didn't see it from them in the grand finals whatsoever. They've just been like one of the lower runners, but there was a glimpse of it right there. Suddenly, at the time that Pizarro hated it the most, they just got completely wiped out of the game in a matter of seconds. And I mean, interestingly, yeah, they pointed it out that the two casters, the all of the top 3 had, you know, not a game that they would have wanted here. Asakura definitely, you know, did incredibly well with 11 points, but none of them will have wanted that, because 1A will have pushed up to that top 5 at the very least. DN Esports is making their way up the leaderboard as well. All of those midfield teams are going to be kind of slowly creeping their way in and actually making things a little bit scary for that top 3 in terms of, you know, we've got to watch our backs from, obviously, you know, Pizarro Esports, Fuego, Osaka will, but also, you know, Team 999 are hot on their tails now, and also 1A Esports are right behind them. So this last game is going to be 5 people could win this.
There is so much on the line here. Words cannot express the amount of pressure that is built up on all of these players' shoulders. Of course, we have a $50,000 prize pool, but also a spot at Free Fire World Series, baby. I mean, I feel like this is what it really boils down to. The best of the best. Have they got what it takes to make it all the way? I don't know. I just feel like 1A Esports, I actually have them 8th in my overall prediction. So I think with a performance like that, it will definitely bump them up. But as we take a look at the most amount of kills, 1A and DN coming in clutch. We've got 555 for the side of Velet Jr. and Elian, as well as 4 kills a piece for both Ghost and Bad Boy. I feel like you can't really ask for much more. You know, 3 of your players making it into the top amount of kills as well. That's surely just bragging rights at this point.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, this is a little bit what we saw from them on day one, and then it kind of fell down a bit, but you could see just how absolutely close it is. Osaka, Pisar, Fuego, all really close in points. The one thing about Fuego, though, is they've really not done much today. This is their worst day by a long shot. They've, on the first 2 days, they already would have accumulated double the amount of points as where they're at now. So going into this last match, Fuego, if Pisar pop off, if T99 pop off, if any one of the teams above them go out first, we could see that #1 spot change instantly.
I think Fuego were just way too comfortable over the fact that, you know what, Pisar weren't playing their A game, and I think they got way too comfortable with the ease in which they had to kind of play out the games in the first 2 days. But now that Pisar has come back even stronger, you can see that from the stats from today, their damage hasn't necessarily been anything exceptional. It hasn't really been anything amazing with 2.8 average kills. Twiggy, would you say this is acceptable coming out from a team like Fuego?
I mean, this is just completely, you know, the game style did kind of change today. Obviously, you know, Pisar Esports changed things up immediately on Bermuda, and then Osaka started picking that play style up as well and bringing it back at them. And Fuego never really adapted to it today. Absolutely not at all. They've kind of, I'm not going to, like, choke is a word that I kind of want to use a little bit, but it's not that. It's just that their play style was so different over the first 2 days, and they just haven't been able to adapt to the difference in play style that all of the other teams have incredibly quickly picked up on.
I would say the word that best describes it is probably complacency, right? Over the first the first 2 days, they were looking really, really confident, really comfortable in the way that things were panning out, and then they got a little bit complacent, and then things changed for the side of Pisar, their game style, everything like that. But it just seems like Fuego weren't able to keep up with it. But for the side of Osaka, before we headed into that game, I did say I wanted them to chill out a little bit to make sure my predictions were looking kind of strong, and they just heard what I was saying and decided, you know what, Jason, screw your predictions. We're gonna prove to you that we have exactly what it takes. Now, at this point, we need to start thinking long term, right? Which of these teams do we think have the potential at World Series to show all of these other regions what's up? And I feel like for the side of Osaka, yes, they've got the potential. I've been saying it the entire time throughout the tournament. But do they have what it takes to compete with the very best at World Series? What do you think, Twiggy?
I think, look, there's a thing here. There's 3 schools of thought when it comes to this. It's the adaptability, the aggression, or the ability to play like other regions. So Fuego is probably the most kind of, you know, Southeast Asian playstyle kind of team in that they play very slow, calculated, not go for kills immediately, not insanely aggressive like a team like Pisar, who could come through and if they were on that world stage, maybe they could just shock everybody and push in and, you know, get all these kills quickly. They don't know what to do and do incredibly well for themselves. But then there's Osaka, and I feel like Osaka are probably my favorites in terms of the playstyle to beat everybody else, in that they're adaptable. They're incredibly adaptable. They have played in completely different playstyles. In the first 2 days, they kept up with the defensive playstyle of Fuego, and today they adapted like that to Pisar's change-up in playstyle, just immediately picking up that aggression and being able to match them piece for piece.
Well, I'm curious to see whether or not they'll be able to take it the whole way. What do you think, Clover? Can they do it?
You know, I probably would have said before today Fuego would be where my mind would go. They really had, as you said, like the play style to be able to play through things, but watching the adaptability of Osaka, and one thing that Fuego really fails at is fights inside compounds, fights when the houses around glue walls in that close range. And that's where Osaka has really been shining in this grand final event, more so than any other team, except maybe Atomic, right? So I really think when you take in all the factors of their play, long range, short range, at the mid, their ability to maintain high ground and find those priority positions early on, not only find them, but defend them well, that's where I think Osaka could really be a great representation for the Americas region.
So you made your prediction for Team USA doing really well throughout this tournament, and that is kind of rang true. So now give me your prediction for who you think is going to win our final game of the day. You sticking with Osaka?
I am. I think, well, I've been caster cursing everybody. I just feel like I just cursed. Did I just curse Osaka? Let me change it. It's going to be Laonu.
Okay. All right. Poor Laoni. Right.
Sorry,
so
I love you guys, Laonu. I love you guys.
What's your prediction for our final game of the day, grand finals time? I'm so sad it's coming to an end, but at the same time, I'm so incredibly excited.
I mean, look, I think the thing is, Fuego, I think out of the top 3 teams, they are the best performers on Purgatory, but they just haven't had the same day that they've had before. Everything is completely different. It's been switched up on them, and I think Osaka have been outperforming Pizarro consistently on this map, so I'm going to say Osaka for this map.
Oh boy, okay, that is a spicy take. I'm curious whether or not Pizarro are going to agree with you on that one. I don't know what our casters will make of it, and I'm curious to know whether or not they have a team that they'll be cheering for, but I'm curious to know, Team 999, will they be able to maybe throw a spanner in the works? I mean they've done it.
I already caster cursed them. I can't say anything on Team 99 anymore.
Poor Laonu. Instead, you just decide to cast the curse then, but now casters, I need you to potentially curse another team and ring true of my predictions. Grand finals, guys, take it away.
Poro. We are here, and my
We are.
God, we have a tie for second place, and first place only has what, 8 points on them?
Something like that. Yeah. It's pretty tight up in there. It's crazy that months and months of games in the group stages and last chance qualifiers, and then all the games from this weekend, and it's finally come down to this one game left, and it is so close. So close.
I am just astounded at how these players are bringing everything in these last couple of games. I mean, we're seeing strategies employed that we've never seen before. Just try to, it doesn't matter if I die, I will res teammates and just throw you into this end zone with a pistol, maybe to make something happen. Or the amount of modification and last minute playmaking that we've seen come out of these teams is astounding.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the time to break out, to dust off all of those extremely high risk, high reward plays, and hope that they come through, because high reward now could be the difference between going to Singapore for the Free Fire World Series and watching from home.
I mean, there's so much, $50,000 in total prize pool on the line for these guys. That's a ridiculous sum. Walking away with, I think it's $12,500 if you get first. There is no telling what you can do. That's the open door that lets you make this a career when you can get that amount of money and the ability to go. Wait, I was just saying, how many of these people look like they're dropping center?
A lot.
Okay, good. I was worried about that being a hot drop for a second, because I was like, what is USA doing down here?
Well, Pizarro and Virus right on top of Brasilia, with Laonu as a chaser off on the north side. So things starting off right off the bat for Pizarro. Domadillo's going to have to get on out of here, as he is a little bit separated from everybody. Going to drop the time turner just to protect himself right off the bat. Until, though, will find the opening knock.
Comes up big, finds himself a close range weapon, and then West B jumping in as well. Can't land on him. Virus finding themselves in a lot of trouble. USA is to the south. They opted into landing, trying to get some gear and running into this. That means the fact that Pizarro has got to move quickly. They need to take down these other members of VG while also trying to loot. So they have to make sure that they don't walk into a dangerous territory. While this is going on, 9D is looking into the area of where 1A is while all of this is happening. The rest of everything is kind of settled down right now, as so much hinges on this firefight, and it looks like Pizarro has figured out where Virus is.
Pizarro doing this so cleanly, too. They've got one guy that's holding down the range fight here. Is Victor going to push through the time turn? No, Domadillos wins those all day long. 2 kills, 3 kills now for Pizarro.
Wait. We have Onu coming in back behind this one. They want to participate. Comatron's already hiding back around USA, and it's all eyes set on Pizarro. Team upon team throwing themselves at these guys, trying to stop any chance of them climbing the leaderboard. But here's the problem. They're picking up every single one of these kills.
Look at the UFs. They are watching. They are looking to see where everyone is. Laonu, looks like they spotted him out. They're not making the push brainlessly, though. They're trying to take good position here, get good angles before taking the shots, but Adil's spot is so clutch right now. He has spotted out multiple members of Laono, and he's feeding that information over to the rest of his teammates.
Their utility is so low. They didn't get any time to loot. They're having to contend with so many things going around. The circle has popped, and it leans into the southern island with the canal running right through the center of it, so it is a north-south split. Everything, though, hinges around what's happening here. So many teams stacked up in this point, as now more and more information starting to come out. Look at Domadios. Is he trying to get away from this one that's going on right now? I can't tell if he's still inside the building or if they're trying to actually make a play for the hillside.
I mean, they're pinned. There's not much they can do. They've got to wait for this one to play out. Meanwhile, Fuego, Osaka, all by themselves. They don't have anyone getting involved in them or with them early. As we see USA trying to reposition, trying to pull away. It looks like Santi going to take a few shots into Exhale as this fight may have come to a close, Matcham.
Kind of, but Onu thinks that they're chasing after what's been going on. They don't probably know about USA being in this position, so they're following up. I don't know if they think that it's Pisar, but Pisar has kind of rope-a-doped him and shifted out to the east and is now using the hillside to reposition the north so they can come in back behind Onu and maybe find some time to loot. But if anything, they've at least got a second to try to find some way to get their feet back underneath of them. Picking up a couple points at the start, and yep, here we go. Onu spots it out and is still hunting.
Onu... They're widespread throughout Brasilia. I'm keeping one weather eye on the north side of Brasilia right now as Osaka is starting to push in as 4. If Pizarro keeps wrapping around on that eastern side up to the north, they could end up running into a full 4-man Osaka squad if they're not careful. Adil, you can see they are regrouping here just a little bit. And yeah, I think they've realized let's just take what we have right now, do area control. We've got 3 kills. We're looking good. Let's try to see if we can get to the late game. Laonu's still shifting, though.
And Pisar seems to have an idea with this. Osaka still coming in, and this might mean that Onu is going to be pinched if they're not careful. Pisar looks like they've got enough tools, and they are making the aggressive push into this one. Now, they've got enough distance away from USA that's going to make a contained fight. But if a firefight breaks out now, Osaka is 100% going to third party. Oh, here comes the firefight. They spotted out Santi, so with these shots, is Osaka going to make the move? If so, that's going to put Pisar in a very bad position. Shots have now come out, and everything is pumped through the brakes, but no, it's going to be Pisar. They find an opening and push into the household.
What a push from Pizarro. This is what we're talking about. A high risk, high reward, and the reward is paying off huge right now, although in Maduro does get that knock. That will be 2 now down for Pizarro, but they've got 5 kills. Can they hold off the threat? Can they try to escape this? Can they try to get the revives on their fallen teammates? Looks like that's going to be the play.
Onu's got a member up on top of that house, and they're starting maybe have an angle for it. It looks like they're just trying to retreat. They realize it's too hot. Keep in mind, there is a res position around here. That might be what they're making their gamble for. Osaka did not make an aggressive push, instead trying to third party it, but USA has. They are now pushing into the position where they think Pisar is going to be, and they might find a side angle, and if Pisar runs out right now, they might bump into him. They have got to stay in the low ground, and they have got to get there quickly.
One of the res
USA, do they see it?
Oh, smart. I think Pizarro realizing that res spot is going to be absolutely camped, and they are getting lit up by USA. The glue wall's keeping Adil alive, but Westby's going to go down. Adil having to heal up as USA is crashing on this. They know exactly who this is. They want to try to take Pizarro out of this lobby. The res comes through. Adil and Westby staying alive for right now.
Oh!
Adil with the big shots.
That is huge right now. They just need to crest the hillside. Can he make the last couple of feet to get up there? It's just trying to get to the cover. That's all they want to do. But the fire is coming in. More and more damage, and Adil is just stuck. It's like 20 feet. That's all he's got to make it. And now we're also seeing a reposition coming out from 999. They have a side angle onto all of this. Pisar is trying so hard to stay alive, but what can Adil do? Tries to move down, and there you go. USA gonna take him down, and Pisar put up a valiant fight. But guess what, USA? Onu is still chasing points, and they know where you are.
Oh, Pisar, your heart breaks for them. They did manage to get a nice little stack of kills for themselves. We'll see if that'll be enough with no placement. But Fuego, Osaka, still alive. Fuego,
I gotta say,
wrapping way low.
Pisar, moral victory there. It only took 4 teams to potentially take you down, all considered. So, I mean, they were putting in a ton of work trying to survive, but still should be very comfortable in position. But that is probably going to make it very hard. I think Osaka already had a good position leading into this on them. So we'll have to see how that all plays out. Onu, though, still harassing USA. And USA's kind of separated out. I think that's just kind of what's happening. Maybe making a play back. But Josh, for still being alive, is moving into Osaka territory.
Yeah, Josh might be a kill over into Osaka. As, he's already... Oh, no!
Oh, USA, you might have gotten a moral victory on Pisar, but that's all the type of victory you're going to get there.
All right. Seems like it's the Fuego-Osaka fight now. Now, Osaka, we see moving through from the north side through Brasilia. Fuego on the south side, on the southern island. C7 is starting to push out to them. They're wrapping on the coast, and it looks like C7 may be wanting to push out and take the fight with Fuego.
999 moving into position now, very close to where we see DN holding up. Atomic's going to be coming back behind them. We still have a circle that's majority leaning into the main island, but the southern island still has a smidgen of it in play. So with 999 making this move, it's about territory control in the middle. While this is happening, though, you've got to be careful. I like this, trying to get up that little sneaky angle. On the other side, you can see it's going to be C7 and Fuego that have spotted each other out, and this is going to be on that southern island. It should come as no surprise to anybody that knows where Fuego drops.
And Fuego already picking up 1 off of C7, so that'll be 1 point in their bag. They've still got to make their way north and across the river. As we check back in with 999, they still have a run at this. 3 teams all still have a shot at that first place position, but all of them involved in fights right now. Rasta being down is huge for 999 here.
Oh, Osaka has found out Onu and is starting to get them. That's points going back into their pocket, and that's going to make everything harder for everybody that is in the chase. DN is doing a good job on kind of just hunkering down. Elian is just trying to hold it together. The rest of DN not around. Like Bad Boy is just kind of on his own. Can Elian make anything out of this one? Nope. He's just going to go down and get flushed. And that's another point going over to 999.
Okay, Osaka 3 in the bag already. They're kind of collapsing down onto Santi here. Oh, nice shot from Santi, though. That charge shotgun doing work. As the rest of the team comes through, they'll clean him up. Okay, Santi's reign of terror is over. Wampi does get res, and that's 4 kills now for Osaka as the hunt continues from Mario, but it looks like Mario has managed to escape.
But Atomic is now jumping right into 999. It is just exchange firefight as everybody wants whatever points they can get. But Mr. T, yet again, finding a way to open it up. It's going to be Flo that takes him down, though. So now 999 rocking with just 2 members, trying to hold this one together, as it has been a very fast push coming out from everybody on Atomic, trying to reposition, see if it can spot, but it's going to be Flo again. 999 trying to hold it together, but just down to 1.
Makulu has already escaped, though, and he was already on the rebuy. So Mr. T will get back in immediately.
But what? He's coming in on the same angle Prince is? What is...
Oh,
Pistol
this is
fight
tough.
on land. What is even going on?
Looks like they'll avoid him for right now, but yep, I mean, Mr. T right on the doorstep of Atomic, and they see him drop down too. They had to. He's hiding behind a tree for now. Jonks is gonna.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to take any chances with this one. As Mr. T will pull out the pistol. That's not gonna be doing enough work there. So Makulu's money is wasted. You'll have to play this one forward for 999. 3 kills. If they can maybe try to get somebody back up, they can still have a shot at this one. Go for high placement, but Fuego still 4 strong. Osaka still 4 strong.
Oh, there is so much moving. This circle, Veracity should be very happy right now because we are getting a water circle. Fuego's having to cross canal right now, so they're going to be our southernmost team. Osaka moving into Atomic's position. Atomic's been doing a good job on defending it up, and they are going to get a knock on to Jeremy, and that is huge. Jeff getting a key knock at that time, so you can see Osaka had to stop. They need to get him back up, and that's giving time for Atomic to reposition around this. While this is going on, C7 is taking some withering shots into Osaka's position, and that is what stopped them from moving any further forward from what's happening right now.
Oh, this is huge. C7 and Atomic are taking the fight to Osaka right now. They're right on top of each other. Fuego, meanwhile, is on the south side of this circle, swimming across the river. Nobody anywhere near them. So they can survive this. Now, if Osaka can win this fight, that'll be enough kills, you would have to think, to push them above Fuego. With 4 kills already, they still have 4 alive. As Atomic, a little bit hard to get rid of. And there you go. Oh, no, Mario from nowhere.
He's the last member up, coming up back behind this C7, now moving into Atomic space. We are at essentially 4-team fight, but oh no, that's all they wanted. Mario's now gone into hiding, but that means Osaka has to stop and figure out what the hell is going on. Atomic now being pinched as all action is so importantly happening in this position. Fuego is just the beneficiary for all of this, and remember, 999 still has 1 member up as well.
Will Laonu be the king makers or the king killers at the end of this one? It's still left to be determined, as Osaka trying to stay alive. Atomic still 4 up, and they're on the hunt now to try to get those final 2 players out, and it looks like it might be time here. Jeremy's gone down, and 1 still up for Osaka, but look at it, Maduro still doing work from range.
He's got that little sneaky spot that he's trying to put some more in, but Osaka does go down to Jeff, so that's all we're going to get out. C7 moved into a gatekeeping position, but they still left Letra back behind this to see if they can harass. Atomic has to move into the safe zone, as does Mario, as does the last member for 999, but Fuego still just has to move in. We still have the hillside that's in place, but this is a big game for Fuego. They're not involved in any of this fight. They're still going to have so much utility to work with.
I think they only have 1 kill. I think they have the 1 kill that they picked off of C7, and that's it. And now Atomic is starting to go down to C7. Letra doing big work, and now Flo is trying to run down here, and this might be 2 kills over to Fuego if they spot him out. Look at them, they're on the riverbanks. They're not even looking.
They should know. Mario is managing to sneak in. He still has a path that he has to work with. C7 still holding this one out. So now you can see 999's last member trying to move in, and this is all of our moving parts while this is happening. So Fuego, this is a big opportunity for them, as 999 is going to get eliminated, and there is so much on the line. There you go, into, finds it out, gets the knock onto 1, trying to go for the flush out onto him, and now Atomic just clinging to life at that rock, now might have his back revealed to Mario yet again. Is he going to do it to another team?
I'm just now noticing Fuego not playing with Calvin. Clever is actually subbed in for this final game. So one of the big point dealers or point gatherers for Fuego not involved in this last game, but Clever coming in as a sub, already found a kill. And if Fuego can come through here, that will be absolutely huge.
Near on no cover moving into the circle. Fuego's got to come in. They need a big game if they're wanting to step into first place. There was a lead that they had to overcome, and they haven't been able to line up the kills. Everything's been happening in the north. C7 still the moving factor as they have the hillside. They're looking down into Atomic's position. Mario still clinging to life and casually harassing where we see Atomic at, but it looks like Fuego has realized the keys to success. They're moving up the hillside, and if they can assault C7, that's where all the points are. Dragons moving down the hillside. Does Fuego have a line of sight into this? They don't yet. Atomic still clinging up. What are we going to see happen? Letra jumps out. Are Atomic going to be able to defend this one? Is it's going to be a quick push around the side? Time turns down. Cover is going out and just trying to cling to it. It's going to be down on one side of it. C7 runs into a bloodbath. Atomic is eliminated, but now Fuego gets to have so much of a beneficiary position from it.
I think they got the win. Fuego got the win. I don't know how many kills they had. But just like that, C7, they make the crash down on the bottom of the hill. Had no idea that Fuego was coming around the top side. But I don't know how many of those kills went over to Fuego in the end there, Matchroom. This is going to be so close.
I have no clue how that broke down, because whenever we look back, I'm going to bring up stats real fast. Looking at Fuego, they needed to catch up to 8 points on Osaka, but remember, Osaka was involved in a lot of firefights. We should know, just based off of positioning and placement, that should be pretty good, but with the amount of kills they got versus the amount that Osaka got, I don't know. There's a lot of math that breaks into this, and we don't have the numbers in front of us, but yes, looking in, I do see the MVP screen that has popped up now. Into going to be MVP for Fuego on that round. From the game's perspective, we'll see how it all breaks down once we're still looking at stats, but I don't even know, man. I don't even know.
I
brain-
can't do
brain's
the
done.
caster math. I'm not going to do the caster math. You know why?
No.
Because we've got a
No.
talented and smart analyst desk to break all of that down and set us up for the final leaderboard of the day. Congratulations to whoever is the winner of this final tournament here.
Gotta say, so good. We're gonna go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk. Thank you guys so much, and thank you for every single one of these players. I gotta know. Tell us what is happening inside this leaderboard.
Well, it's a good job. I've got my trusty Twiggy beside me, who I believe has done all the tough analyst maths. Am I correct in saying so?
Yeah, I think I've got it. I can't be 100% sure because I don't remember how many kills precisely Osaka had. And it was an incredible, I'm not sure, the playstyle was insane there. I think these guys are within 2 or so points of each other. I can't be 100% certain. But if that is the case, then Osaka do win on the overall kills, so on the first tiebreaker. So whatever it is, I think Osaka take away the win here. I'm not 100% sure how close it is, but it is insanely close. A matter of less than 4 points.
That was an absolutely intense game. I don't even know what to say about that. Clover and Twiggy, just take me through it.
I mean, right off the bat, right, we saw hot drops. We saw teams jumping in places they normally wouldn't. Pisad really tried to make a run for it, and it took 4 teams to stop them. USA, ultimately, that last player. But it didn't matter, right? Because Osaka started to clean up here. The problem was Osaka was not playing the game we were expecting. They were overly aggressive, and they pushed themselves into a compound versus Atomic. And what do we say, guys? Don't fight Atomic in a compound because they are going to dominate. And unfortunately for them, it did cost them the game for Osaka. And that's when we started caster mathing, right, Twiggy?
Yeah, I mean, it was really that both teams were playing a style that we didn't expect. Fuego was sitting back when they needed to gain a 9-point swing over Osaka. Osaka were playing aggressively when they needed to defend that 9-point swing from Fuego. And it was really, I was losing my mind. I was like, what are you doing, Osaka? Please, please, please stop this. I need you to win this one. And Fuego were just sitting back at Lumber Mill that whole time. And we didn't know how many kills they could get. Like, it was possible in that last fight for them if they got a few more kills, I think, to overtake Osaka. But I mean, it's insane. Fuego take away 17 points there, and Osaka with 9. I thought they got 10, so this is going to be a lot closer than I predicted.
Oh boy. You mentioned that Osaka were kind of making you lose your mind a little bit there, as well as, you know, I feel like the side of Fuego, they played it pretty smart. It's almost as though finally that slightly passive playstyle of Fuego seemed to pay off for them. But what exactly did Osaka and co do that made you lose your head a little bit?
I mean, it was just the... I mean, kill hungry is the only way of putting it. Obviously, I was talking before the game about how Osaka is so adaptable. They seem to be able to play defensively when they need to, play attacking when they really need those points. And it was just the opposite of what we expected, because Osaka, they needed to defend those points. If they got in towards the top 3, they'd guaranteed win. If they got 8, 9, 12 placement points there, they won. That was it. They took the tournament away because they just get so many points from placements. That time, they got so aggressive that they finished the game in 6th there. And they took a close fight against so many teams there. La ONU, who eventually managed to get away and actually took out 2 of their members before Atomic finished the job. And it was just, you know, not ideal playstyle, but it's so close to tell even if it worked or not.
I think it's just disappointing to not see the side of Osaka on this. Clover, have you got anything to add to that?
I do want to say what I'm actually disappointed in, because I am going to jump back on Fuego, is that play. They swapped out Calvin this last match, brought in Clever, which is a very new name for Fuego. We haven't seen Clever yet with the roster. And Calvin's the current kill leader for their team. So when we see Fuego, we see them sitting really passive. They're not really making many moves. And then all of a sudden you take out the top fragger. Yes, they got the booyah, but I feel like there were so many opportunities for them to get those extra kills. But that said, really want to give big congrats to Letra. Part of this is from that big pressure that we saw on that Atomic 999 Osaka fight.
I think it's about time, the moment everybody has been waiting for. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out which of these teams will be making it through to the Free Fire World Series.
What? Okay, Osaka win this one, I think, on kill points. With 100 kills, they win the tiebreaker. 208 each, that is insane. A 0-point difference. If Fuego had got one more kill there, they would have won the tournament.
You know what? It's not often that I'm speechless, but what a way to lose out on a spot at World Series. What a way.
Wow.
The kill points really being the difference maker here. I bet you anything Fuego are definitely regretting taking the slightly more passive approach throughout the duration of all of the games today, because had they been that tiny bit more aggressive, this could have been a very, very different outcome. Guys, I have no idea. Clover, what are your thoughts on this?
I feel my brain just melting out of my ears right now because we knew this was going to be exciting. The group stages, the open qualifiers, every part of this tournament has been so amazing to see. I mean, the way that the meta has consistently changed through the tournament, the way that the teams have consistently blown our minds and expectations has just made this, in my opinion, a proof, right? Why the North American region is not only an amazing place for all the teams here, but what we're going to see when we get to that grand final stage, that global stage. So Osaka, Fuego, any of the teams that we would have sent here from the top of our leaderboard would have put on a phenomenal performance. But I'm so happy for Osaka here.
I am so incredibly happy for Osaka. They've shown us a dominant performance throughout the duration of the entire tournament. They've been somewhat consistent. They've been fragging out of their minds. You can see that by the 100 kills they've managed to achieve throughout the duration of the entire tournament. But of course, commiserations have to go out to the side of Fuego. They really did try. Same goes for Pizarro. I feel like the fans in the chat have been rooting for them all day long, but I have spotted a few people cheering on for Osaka as well. So surely everybody walks away a winner. That makes our victors once again Osaka Esports. Congratulations for securing yourselves and cementing yourselves a spot at the Free Fire World Series. I don't doubt for a split second everybody is going to be so incredibly excited to see you battle it out amongst the best of the very best. If you have any words for the side of Osaka before they head into World Series, what would it be to my two fabulous analysts?
I think really it is just keep doing what you're doing. Maybe, I have my criticisms about that last game and how it was played, but over the course of this grand finals, over the course of the whole tournament, Osaka have been incredibly controlled, incredibly, adaptable. And that's what they need going into international tournaments. You're going to be in a completely different setting. You're going to be in a different country competing at LAN in front of an audience, in front of, a massive crowd, a massive audience. And it's such a different setting. And, you're playing against different teams with completely different play styles. Keep that adaptability. Keep, look over some VODs and try and, keep yourself open to new play styles.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right here, their average kills, their average place, it's right there in the 5. Only 1 booyah. But what these numbers don't show is that every single match, Osaka found points. Every single match, Osaka found some way to find gains on the leaderboard. That's how they've always played. That's how they've played through every stage of this series. It's how they've played in the past. These players play very well together. And again, I mean, as Twiggy said, right, go back, kind of learn where your weaknesses are, and also learn what's the international meta is like. You guys have done such a great job playing the North American meta. Now you've got to learn how to adapt there too. So really excited to see how that's going to go down.
I'm so excited. But once again, taking a look at the total earnings, the prize money that all of these teams have managed to walk away with, you can see Osaka, $12,500. Definitely amazing stuff being broken down there for all of our teams that have taken part. Even for the side of La ONU with $1,000. And I think La ONU have definitely got lots potential. I think they just go away from here reviewing what went wrong and continuing to grow from there. But for the side of Osaka, I feel like before they head into World Series and all of this time they have now, definitely spending that on practicing as much as possible. But echoing what you said for a moment there, Twiggy, definitely reviewing footage and playstyle of other regions. I think that's going to be absolutely important, because the last thing you want to do is dive in headfirst for World Series, being completely unaware of what their playstyle is going to be, and then completely being thrown off. Just like we saw Fuego today, they were completely thrown off by this brand new Pizarro that they saw today. So I think you don't want to be in a Fuego situation, but in terms of fragging out, they did exactly that, and they absolutely dominated performance. And taking a look at our bounty winners, additional prize money, that's right, we're all about giving away here at Free Fire. For our kill machine, the most total kills during grand finals, we have Vela with 42 kills. At the start of the tournament, I believe Twiggy, I think it was you that actually mentioned that Vela was one of those players that you definitely need to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, I mean, had an amazing look. Day one, game one. There it is. Literally the first map we played. Put in the 7-kill game. Yeah, no, he was doing incredibly well at the start of the tournament, and something happened even after just Bermuda fell off in terms of the kills. But you know, it is what it is. You start things out that well, and there you go. You bag yourself an extra, well, $1,000 there.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. Lethal Killer as well, the most kills in one game during the grand finals. We got quite a lot of players. So we've got Vela, MRT, and Scott. 7 kills as well. That's amazing stuff. That prize money will be split between all 3 of those players. As for playing for first, the average highest placement throughout our grand finals was indeed the side of Fuego. My heart really does break for them, tying up on the amount of points, but missing out very narrowly on the amount of kill points. But it's okay, they still get to walk away with 1,000 additional dollars as well to their name. And last but not least, the booyah of the teams. How could we forget to mention Team 999? 5 booyahs to their name, the most that we've seen from any of the teams thus far. I have to say it. I've been echoing it all event long, okay? 999 rang true of my prediction. They did come in 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, you're 100% correct. Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to that one. That's pretty amazing. But yeah, no, Team 999, they just had such incredible peaks and such, you know, lower troughs than other teams. They actually came within 10 points of the victory there. They had that chance, and they were on our radar, you know, as we were watching that game. We realized that they were definitely within kind of winning distance if they could, you know, but obviously they were down to 1 player by the end of the map, and it was incredibly difficult to come back into that one. So yeah, I mean, narrowly missing out once again on winning the tournament, but they've had an incredible, like, the peak of their playstyle was just absolutely amazing.
Honestly, amazing stuff, guys. It has been a roller coaster of a journey. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here. I've honestly had so much fun. Like, I'm not even just saying that. I've genuinely had so much fun. Even while we were watching the games, we were saying, this is amazing Free Fire to actually be watching. This is like dominant performances, very close engagements, very close battles, and it's so intriguing and intense when you have all of these teams going neck and neck. But Clover and Twiggy, honestly, it's been such a pleasure to be working alongside the 2 of you. Amazing stuff. I've had so much fun. Can I just get some final closing thoughts from you both? Clover, I'll start with you.
I mean, you told us on day 1 you were really surprised by the chaos of our region's meta. I'm just excited to see if the rest of the regions are ready for the Osaka chaos to bestow upon them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so, like, it's been such an amazing grand finals. You could not ask for a better way to end things out. You know, not even 1 point difference, sorry, 0 points difference is just the perfect way to end it out. And it's been so close all throughout. It's been absolutely amazing. So congratulations to every single team for making it such a brilliant viewing experience. Because this is going to go down as, you know, people from other regions are going to come and watch that VOD and just be absolutely amazed by what they see here. And yeah, I think USA is, or North America, sorry, is definitely, you know, one of these regions to look out for on the world stage from now on.
I think all of the teams from World Series are definitely not going to know what's hit them once they see the likes of Osaka and the chaos that will well and truly be coming their way. Don't worry, guys, I haven't forgotten. We still have a final part of the code as well, which should be shown at the bottom of the screen momentarily. But if you have missed out on the initial parts of the code, that will be shown at the very end of the stream. As soon as I'm done talking, very soon, I promise. Yeah, that's right. The classic, like, pointing at someone. But from myself, it has been honestly amazing. My debut in Free Fire NA hosting, nonetheless, and it's been so much fun. I really do hope to be back joining you guys on the stream once again. I want to give a huge shout out to everybody at home for tuning into the show. My fabulous casters and analysts as well. They've been so welcoming and so much fun as well. And last but not least, our production crew for making this all happen. Without you guys, none of this would be possible. For now, congratulations once again to Osaka, and we will see you guys on the World Series.
Triple kill. I can't believe that you came into my life. You made me feel again, now it's my turn. You say you've always been a little bit shy, but I can put an end to your fears. Let me show you a place